Chapter 185. Rules were the embodiment of order, just like how big fish ate small fish, or how big cities needed to be supported by small towns and villages. Everything had its own place in the multiverse. Of course, the rules were not always the same, because change itself was the embodiment of another great force. The multiverse also needed some chaos, just like how small fish could grow up, or how small towns and villages could become bigger cities. It was the same for Medicus's business operations. Every merchant and every product had its own place, but at the same time, it was in a dynamic balance of competition. And the emergence of a new product was bound to slightly break this balance. If this product could be a great success, the smart producers would definitely find a way to quickly insert it into a new place so that more people would pay attention to their products. Consumers, distributors, agents, all kinds of business roles would quickly take their place, and the new product would create a new balance. In the world of Key's previous life, the process of finding a new balance point was called marketing. The Fanatic armor was a biological exoskeleton armor jointly developed by the half-lich Snade, responsible for the development, product design, and product production of the biomass muscle, and the Megalosaurus Pasha, responsible for the name. It also needed marketing at the beginning of its introduction. Different from some of the fake masters in his previous life who only knew how to talk big keys as a Penishade evil dragon, was very particular about practical results, so he would not use self-exaltation like slogans for publicity. And as a Pasha, any of his actions at a higher level would easily attract the attention of many forces. For example, the Obsidian Council, which represented the interests of the noble mages. As a big gift from One Eye and Crooked Mouth who had surrendered, there was no record of the young mage being captured. After being subconsciously affected by a spell, the noble mage was secretly released. He could not even recall the process of being tortured that normal people would not forget. When he learned that the Dragon Pasha, whom the council had been keeping a close eye on, was preparing to auction off the first Fanatic armor, he directly applied for special funding from the high-level mage of the council, who was in direct contact with him, to purchase this armor that was unprecedented in the entire Ash world and conduct reverse research. In their view, if the Fanatic armor was really as advertised, without the need for obsidian magic orbs and with the same enhancement of strength as Ox strength, then it would be very worthwhile to spend a lot of money to buy it and research and imitate it. If this armor was not as good as advertised, they could also expose it. From the information they had obtained, the Megalosaurus Pasha had built an inner city in Nome for mass production. Once his plan was ruined, the giant dragon would definitely suffer heavy losses due to the huge investment in the early stages. Therefore, on the day of the auction, the young Obsidian Council Commissioner managed to win over the other interested tycoons with a high price of 10,000 silver cats and successfully obtained the first test model of the Fanatic armor. After the successful auction, the noble mage immediately left Nome with this reward. In his view, his participation in the auction had already exposed his identity. In fact, it was earlier than that. So he specifically asked the two brothers, One Eye and Crooked Mouth, to leave that night. The three of them could cast spells to cover their tracks. You two need to be more alert. For some reason, the noble mage felt a dull pain in his head whenever he saw One Eye and Crooked Mouth. However, he still patiently reminded them, "The goods we are purchasing this time are of great importance. You must send it back to the big boss safely." The two brothers smiled and nodded as a reply. During the rest of the journey, the young mage took advantage of the time when One Eye and Crooked Mouth ran away to relieve themselves. He curiously looked at the Fanatic armor wrapped in a paraffin film. From the appearance, this armor, which Keyes thought was highly replicated, was very ordinary in the eyes of the Obsidian Council. Brass wires as thick as a pinky finger formed the twisted exterior of the armor. Other than increasing its weight, It did not have any defensive function. The breastplate, backplate, shoulder plate, and tibia plate were all riveted together using a special method. They were all chained together with white silk, making it very inconvenient to wear. Some cheap leather seemed to be used as the inner lining of the armor because there was always the smell of medicine used to treat leather, but it was still a high-grade product worth 10,000 silver cats. The young noble mage could not help but be curious about the strength enhancement effect equivalent to Bull's strength enchantment. He tore open the paraffin film, but he did not notice the words, "Once opened, no returns," printed on the film at the corner. The flexible way in which Bai Yen connected the armor had slightly changed his view of the armor, although it was still quite tiring to wear it. Compared to other armors that could not be worn by a single person, the fanatic armor was much more convenient. And to his surprise, this armor, which did not have any magical fluctuations, actually had an enhancement effect on the wearer's strength. As a mage, his physical fitness was not bad, but it was still incomparable to that of a warrior. But after wearing the fanatic armor, he tried to lift the luggage that was used to tie the camel-binding beast, One Eye, and Crooked Mouth together. He could lift it easily. This is indeed a new form of enchantment. The young mage was really surprised. Of course, he did not know the effect of the biomass muscle on the armor. If the Obsidian Council can master this technology, the noble army of Medic, no, only a part of the elites will be equipped with this armor. Then, enemy attack. Bandits are approaching. One Eye and Crooked Mouth, who had just returned from relieving themselves, began to shout from a place far away from the temporary camp. After the young noble heard the news, he did not remove the fanatic armor. Instead, he put on the robe that he had just taken off. One Eye ran back first. He untied the rope that tied the camel-binding beast and said, "I need your help. I can't lift this luggage myself." It was different from the usual situation where he was unwilling to do any physical labor due to his arrogance. The noble mage, wearing the fanatic armor, only needed to extend one hand to help One Eye successfully place the luggage on the camel-binding beast's back. "I really didn't expect you to be so strong." One Eye praised as he lowered his head to fasten the belt buckle of the luggage. Of course, the mage would not explain to him that this was the effect of wearing the fanatic armor. He only asked calmly, "What's going on? We didn't make a bonfire. Why are there bandits attacking us?" The one who answered his question was Crooked Mouth, who hurried back from the top of the sand dune. "I just took a look. It should be people from Gnome City. From the symbols that they used to light the torches between their teams, I think it should be Boar personally leading them." Boar? The young noble flipped onto the camel-binding beast's back and asked softly, "Damn it, I knew it." One Eye, who had climbed up the rope ladder, slapped his thigh and reached out his hand to pull his brother up. "A Pig and Whistle tavern opened in Gnome City in the past 2 days. Isn't that the guy's usual method of gathering information?" The two illusionists, who were once bandits, spoke one after another. They told the young noble mage a lot of stories that were mixed with the industry slang of the bandits. To put it simply, it was because they had exposed their wealth when bidding for the fanatic armor. When they left, they did not have fierce caravan guards like other big merchants. That was why they were targeted by the bandits in Gnome City, which led to an attack by a desert bandit nicknamed Boar. After they had taken a few steps forward on the camel-binding beast, Crooked Mouth and One Eye looked at each other. The two of them took out an obsidian magic orb at the same time and began to chant an incantation to cast a spell. The noble mage identified a few runes in the spell. He knew that the two brothers wanted to use an illusion trick to create some hazy images. It would be easy to see through during the day, but it should be useful in the dark. 2 black shadows gushed out from the palms of the two brothers respectively, forming the shape of a hunchback in the air, with 3 people on its back. The hunchbacks ran in two different directions. This might not be useful. Perhaps it was because they were in the same trench, but the noble mage of the Obsidian Council avoided some taunting words for the first time. He patiently explained, "A simple illusion summoned from the Shadow Realm can fool the bandits from afar, but when you get closer, you will find that there are no camel-binding beast footprints in the first place. The wind is not strong tonight, so the real footprints we left behind will definitely stay for a long time." One Eye and Crooked Mouth looked regretful. "Damn it, we wasted 2 obsidian magic orbs." Crooked Mouth tried his best to suppress his hoarse voice as he said in annoyance, "One-eyed, do you remember? I heard that even though Boar is extremely ugly, he's very cunning. This illusion will definitely not deceive him." One Eye, who was rather old, ignored Crooked Mouth's complaints and turned to ask the noble mage, who looked normal, "Then what should we do?" Crooked Mouth, "And I definitely won't have a problem fighting one-on-one. We can also barely deal with 5-on-1. However, Boar might have brought 100 people with him. Even if we use all our tricks, including those illusions, we won't be a match for them." He did not emphasize that the 3 of them could not escape on the camel-binding beast. In fact, it was useless to mention it. Even if One Eye and Crooked Mouth got off the camel-binding beast and fled separately, this kind of commercial camel-binding beast would not be able to outrun the 6-legged warhorses used by the bandits. The noble mage pondered for a moment and carefully calculated the difference between the 2 sides. Then he took out a small bag full of obsidian magic orbs from his robe. This was an additional material he applied to satisfy his little hobby of magic by taking the opportunity to apply for special funding. It came in handy at this moment. After giving 2 or 3 magic beads to the One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth brothers, the young mage patted the fanatic armor he was wearing under his robe. This equipment gave him some peace of mind. "Let's find a way to kill this boar so that we can escape smoothly." Chapter 186. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally. This was the concept of deception that One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth brothers used. Illusions were an important means for them to complete the entire chain of deception. After receiving the order from Megalosaurus Pasha, the 2 of them tried their best to show off their skills in front of their new boss. They came up with a plan of deception. First, and also the most difficult part, they had planned for a long time. Finally, they waited for the bandit group that dared to plant spies in Gnome City. The Pig Rush bandit group led by Boar, as well as the spies they planted, the Pig and Whistle Tavern. One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth visited the tavern with a strange name in batches. The string of bone whistles hanging on the signboard explained the second half of the tavern's name, and the fat face of the tavern owner confirmed the other part. The 2 brothers summarized the results of their observations and concluded that the owner, who looked more like a pig than a human, was the bandit leader, Boar. After wasting a lot of cute copper debentures on the swill beer provided by Pig and Whistle, One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth finally had the chance to sit in front of Boar at the bar. They worked together to cast a spell that their new boss had taught them, Scrooge's Envy. However, they had not mastered this enchantment spell yet, so when One-Eye chanted the spell, Crooked Mouth had to distract Boar with words, making him ignore or unable to investigate the strange syllables coming out of One-Eye's mouth. After trying 2 or 3 times, they barely managed to complete the spell. They spent a lot of materials and energy and endured many glasses of sour beer that were hard to swallow. However, this was indeed a rather crucial part. After the envy of the miser took effect, the Boar would have a great desire to possess the mad armor, and the bandit leader would do whatever it took to obtain this treasure. In addition, One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth also discovered other bandit spies one after another. However, these bandits were not as powerful as the Pig Rush bandit group, and were less well known. They could only be considered as supporting characters in the whole big show. After dealing with the actors, the next thing to do was to deal with the setting. The two brothers first spent an entire day designing all kinds of props that would be used, such as fireworks, pit flippers to stop the camel beast, iron caltrops, fake obsidian council letter scrolls, and so on. Then, they secretly transported these props out of Gnome City, and according to the camel beast's route, they would bury or set them up in a suitable place in advance. Everything was arranged properly in order to ensure that there were no mistakes. They even came up with several backup plans. After the actors and setting, the mad armor, after all, under the orders of Megalosaurus Pasha, to use this series of arrangements to promote the excellence of the mad armor. In other words, they of the big show, crooked mouth, was crooked mouth, was, in particular, they had to trick a noble mage into believing that they were only carrying out the orders of the Obsidian Council. When the mage obtained the mad armor from the auction and left Gnome City, Crooked Mouth and One-Eyed began to use all kinds of illusions to disrupt his perception. By distorting some light, they walked for half a day, but in fact, they were not far from Gnome City. Fortunately, they were traveling at night and could not do it during the day when the sun was blazing high in the sky. But even with such a meticulous design, there was still a major oversight. Perhaps they had mistakenly overestimated the abilities of the Pig Rush bandits. After riding on the camel beast for half a day, they did not find any trace of the boar and his men following them. As a last resort, the two of them used the excuse of letting the camel beast rest to temporarily stop for a while. The Pig Rush bandits finally arrived at the predetermined location about an hourglass later than the original plan. One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth were then able to continue to bluff the noble mage into the next step to let him personally decide to kill the bandits. "What are you going to do?" One-Eye's remaining eyeball flashed with a dangerous light. "I'm saying that against more than 100 people, it's definitely not going to work if we fight them head-on." Crooked Mouth, who was squatting on the back of the camel beast, suddenly stood up, looked into the distance, and bent down again. He said to the two, "It seems that the boar has divided his men into 3 groups. We have some time to prepare, but we still have to make a decision immediately. They may discover that there's something wrong with the 2 illusions in a while." The young noble mage looked at his 2 subordinates and told them his plan. First, find a sand dune to set up camp, then light a bonfire to lure them over. Seeing the surprised looks on One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth's faces, he explained patiently, which was rare for him, "We'll make our illusions in the camp as realistic as possible, and we'll use spells to hide in the darkness. When they find out that we're outnumbered, they'll definitely attack first. They've divided their men into 3 groups, which means that we only need to deal with about 30 people at a time. As soon as they start to attack the illusions, I'll use evocation spells to launch a sneak attack. With the abilities of the 2 of you, killing half of them shouldn't be a problem. And then there's still a dozen of them." Crooked Mouth scratched his head, apparently feeling that this idea was a little hasty. "If the other 2 groups come over, we'll still have to face 50 to 60 enemies, or even more. That depends on the abilities of the 2 of you. The key is to grasp the timing of the bonfire. Besides, the young mage tightened his robe and continued, even if half of Medicus's regular army is killed or wounded, they'll immediately retreat. The small team will probably flee when attacked. If we're lucky, we can set up 2 ambushes, and maybe we'll be able to defeat the porcupine bandits." Just like that, the whole show was back on track. One-Eye and Crooked Mouth quickly chose a suitable ambush spot, which had been set up with props. They pretended to find a sand nest with a few large rocks and placed the hunchbacked beasts with their luggage inside. They first tied the reins of the camel beast to the top of the stone mine and directly lit a bonfire on the ground without unloading the luggage. The 2 of them also used illusions to pretend that 3 travelers were talking to each other. Then they climbed up the sand ridge above their heads and used some magic to erase the footprints left behind by their footsteps. "Let's use Fireball," One-Eyed suggested to the young mage, who was hiding in the sand after climbing up the sand ridge. "We'll stick the camel beast in the crevice of the rocks. If the fireball can hit the other side of the bonfire, it shouldn't hurt the beast." The other party nodded, indicating that he understood the importance of the camel beast when trekking in the desert. The three of them did not speak anymore. They lay prone in the sand pit and used magic to hide their figures, quietly waiting for the boar to take the bait. Not long after, someone shouted, and the neighing of horses came from not far away. Sure enough, after seeing that there were only 3 people in the camp, the bandits immediately chose to launch a surprise attack. It was not much different from what they had expected. There were only about 30 people in this group. Most of them were equipped with 2 people and 1 horse, and the weapons on them were not uniform. They only launched a charge because they had more people, but their horse riding skills were still remarkable. At the beginning of the charge, the bandits sitting behind the riders took advantage of the slow speed to jump off their horses and advance on foot. After lightening the load, the 6-legged horse's speed increased again. The leader of the riders whistled, and the horses suddenly split into 2 groups, flanking the illusion of the camp from the left and right. This formation had obviously been practiced many times. They wanted to cut off any attempt of the target to escape. In the process of the charge, the bandits also let out a roar that sounded like a battle song, but also like a meaningless, angry roar. As former colleagues, One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth were very familiar with this method. They understood that the other party wanted to use this method to make the enemy feel afraid. Therefore, they cooperated with the roar of the bandits and constantly adjusted the illusion of the camp, making the 3 travelers appear to be panicking. The bandits' first wave of attack was throwing axes. The riders on horseback did not take the initiative to attack the enemies after they surrounded them. Instead, they grabbed some small axes hanging from the saddle and threw them. From an economic point of view, these axes were rarely made of metal. Most of the axes were made of gravel and tied to a short wooden stick. However, with the speed of the horses and the force of the rotation, the flying axe's lethality was still considerable. If an ordinary illusion mage were to encounter such a situation, their illusion would probably be exposed on the spot. However, One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth, who were prepared, had already thought of this problem. The 2 of them controlled the illusion to run to the pile of rocks in the sand to hide. Seeing that the flying axes did not have the desired effect, most of the riders were a little annoyed. However, they still waited for their companions to rush over on foot. When they had all rushed into the sand, they slowly surrounded them. Not good, this is a trap. The illusion that was attacked was annihilated with a poof, allowing the bandits to react. However, at this time, the noble mage who had already prepared a spell had already thrown the fireball spell. Attacking from the top of the sand ridge made it easy for him to cast spells on the densest group of desert bandits. With a boom, the few people who came into close contact with the fireball were instantly blown to ashes. Some of the nearby bandits were also injured by the shockwave and flames and were sent flying with a cry of pain. One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth, the 2 brothers, also rushed down at this time, hacking at the bandits who were stunned by the fireball. As for the noble mage himself, because he was wearing the zealot armor, his courage was greatly boosted, and he also jumped down from the sand ridge. He pinched the bat feces and sulfur powder in his hand, and together with the spell, he rubbed out another fireball and threw it at a few riders who were standing close together. Boom! Another explosion sounded. The bandits, who did not have any resistance to magic, and their war horses were blown into pieces of broken limbs and bones flying in all directions, coupled with the hacking of One-Eyed and Crooked Mouth brothers, At this time, this small group of bandits only had a few riders who were standing further away. Suddenly, one of the bandits fired something like a signal flare. Several fireworks flew high into the sky and exploded in the night sky. Chapter 187. Generally speaking, there were two ways for bandits to obtain information. The first was to plant spies or informants, just like how Bohr had opened the Pig and Whistle Tavern in Gnome City. However, this required a certain amount of financial resources and patience. The second way was to purchase information from information peddlers. Of course, there was a reason why information peddlers were called information peddlers. Every question they asked gave them an additional clue to the true motives of their customers. Even a meeting with them could become information that could be sold to others. Therefore, for bandits, it was best to buy as little information as possible from information peddlers. If they really had to, they had to choose some veteran information peddlers with a better reputation. Coincidentally, the brothers One Eye and Crooked Mouth were somewhat famous in this line of work. Information related to the zealot armor had been wantonly exaggerated by these two and spread to the ears of many bandit groups. Although the bandits did not dare to act rashly in Gnome City, where the Megalosaurus Pasha was stationed, after the successful bidding, the armor was taken away from the city by the young noble mage. This made many people's minds become active. It was not only professional bandits. Under One Eye and Crooked Mouth's exaggeration, some merchants who were interested in the zealot armor but could not afford the high bidding price also harbored various thoughts. In fact, these merchants who walked the desert all year round sometimes did not have a clear boundary with bandits. When the fireworks exploded in the sky, the noble mage thought that it was the Pig Gang sending a message, but in fact, it was the brothers One Eye and Crooked Mouth announcing the start of the show. A few fireworks lit up the night sky of the desert, the flickering light indicating the direction of the stage for all the audience. They're sending a signal flare. Crooked Mouth yelled at the commissioner of the Obsidian Council. "We have to evacuate immediately. More enemies will come here in a while." Hearing this, the young mage who was about to take out darts, ground yellow leaves, and viper stomach pouches immediately stopped his spellcasting preparations and pounced into the sand and rocks where the camel beast was tied up. Because he was wearing the zealot armor, his movements were extremely fast. With a light leap, he could dash dozens of steps away. When there were bandits in front of him, he only needed to casually throw a punch to send the burly man flying. There's something wrong with that spellcaster. Lying on the top of a dune in the distance, a few wandering desert elf warriors who wanted to snatch the food from the pig's mouth observed the situation with infrared vision while whispering, "This might be the power of the zealot armor. Judging from his size, that guy can't be that strong." Unbelievable. In another direction, a merchant and his mercenaries squatted in a makeshift straw hut. He held an enchanted monocle in his hand and observed carefully. On the monocle, the spellcaster doesn't show any magic light. This means that the fanatic armor can indeed increase the wearer's strength without relying on obsidian magic orbs. Dozens of similar comments were given by different spectators at the same time, including the boar, who was affected by the envy of the miser. The bandit leader, who was as fat as a domestic pig and as fierce as a wild boar, roared, "That must be the power of the zealot armor. That abominable little bastard is desecrating this treasure that should belong to me." He licked his lips and took a deep breath of the air mixed with the smell of leather, sweat, and steel. He ordered, "Brace yourselves. Go and kill that little bastard." The sound of a bone whistle sounded in the desert. This was the unique communication method of the Pig Gang. The short and powerful whistle could travel a distance of a few parsangs. According to the boar's command, the teams that had been diverted by the illusion not long ago began to converge and surround the target from the flank. We have to speed up. One Eye, who had also heard the whistle, looked behind him and reminded Crooked Mouth, who was driving the hunchback forward. The bandits are about to surround us. If an arrow shot from the darkness pierced through One Eye's neck and knocked him off the hunchback along with his words. One Eye, Crooked Mouth shouted, and another crossbow bolt hit the rider. Damn it! The noble mage cursed in his heart. He quickly lowered his body and lay on the bumpy back of the beast. He chanted a spell to protect himself from the arrows. Of course, One Eye and Crooked Mouth were not shot to death. Being shot by the crossbows was actually their carefully prepared exit method. The arrows shot out by the crossbows were just an illusion trick. The moment the arrows hit the ground, they fell into the pit with the flippers laid on it. Due to the darkness of the night, and the fact that the noble mage could not see for himself due to the shock, One Eye and Crooked Mouth played the curtain call of death. With the sound of a bowstring being pulled, a real crossbow bolt shot out from a tricky angle and sank into the hunchbacked beast's brain. With a mournful cry, the hunchback bent its two front legs and rolled out with its head on the ground. Fortunately, he was wearing the zealot armor. The young mage pushed hard on the back of the hunchback with both hands and jumped out. He was not crushed under the hunchback. Before he had time to make other plans, a large number of bandits roared behind him. He quickly hid behind the dead hunchback. Just as he found cover, a large number of flying axes were thrown in his direction. Poochie, Poochie, the sound of flying axes hitting the dead hunchback was endless. The bandits had just discovered the young mage, and some of them were smart enough to throw some torches over, indicating the location of the target to the others. Charge! Boar, who was riding on a six-legged horse, raised his scimitar above his head and made a circle. Catch that mage, but don't damage his armor. Use nets and anesthetic bags. Hearing their boss's words, the bandits immediately took action. They pulled up nets between two war horses, and those who did not carry nets were given bags of light green anesthetic powder. With the speed of the horses, the bags would immediately explode when thrown out, and the powder inside would form a smog that could cause dizziness. Soon, a cloud of light green smoke appeared beside the dead hunchbacked beast, and several nets were thrown over. While the bandits were waiting for the smoke to disperse with joy, they heard the sound of the nets made of coarse hemp mixed with animal tendons being torn apart. With the strength of the zealot armor, the noble mage actually tore open the net on his body, jumped up from the back of the hunchback, and rushed out of the area covered by the anesthetic smoke. He threw the darts that he had already prepared. The big yellow tree powder and the viper's stomach pouch in his hand turned into a green light after he finished chanting and wrapped around the darts. Melf's acid arrow, a highly lethal spell, originally only had an effective killing radius of about 5 or 6 yards. However, the mage's strength was not what it used to be. The green acid arrow actually crossed a distance of dozens of steps and directly hit the leader of the pig gang, who was screaming in excitement. The fat cheeks of the boar immediately melted, and the bandit leader died. In an instant, the bad news of losing their leader made all the bandits present stunned for a moment until they found that the agile mage was taking advantage of this time to kill his companions, intending to break out of the encirclement. Kill that guy. He killed the boss. Pull out your knives. The first to react was the second in command of the pig gang, the boar deputy. This veteran bandit was not affected by the Scrooge's envy. He was not worried that the blade of the scimitar would cut the zealot armor, so he decisively changed the previous conservative way of fighting. The noble mage immediately stared at him, but also because he happened to be on his way to break out of the encirclement. The young spellcaster decisively put away the silver knife in his hand, which was used to cut magic materials, and picked up a wooden club full of iron nails from the side of a bandit whose throat had been slit. While waving the club to protect his head, he leaned over and rushed towards the board deputy who was organizing the bandits to surround him. The inferior mace hit the shield, which was made of almost the same material, and the huge force broke the arm tied to the leather straps. Along with the momentum, half of the opponent's chest collapsed. The mage held the broken mace in his hand and threw it at another bandit in front of him. The latter's abdomen immediately looked like it had been hit by a crossbow, and his whole body was almost broken in two. The noble mage let out a wild laugh. Although he had lost the obsidian magic beads and casting materials after the fierce battle, he was very confident that he could break out of the encirclement with the zealot armor on his body and run all the way to the meeting point of the council. The people who were secretly observing the battle here were also shocked by his courage, but more of them were envious of the zealot armor on him. They all made up their minds that if they could not get the first zealot armor from the person who escaped tonight, they would at least get a set when the Megalosaurus Pasha announced that the standard zealot armor would be sold in the future. However, they were not our protagonist keys, nor were they One Eye and Crooked Mouth who planned this good show, nor were they the author's favorite readers. They only saw the noble mage leaping forward into the dark desert at the speed of a galloping horse, but they did not know that the core of the armor, the biomass muscle, had consumed more than half of the stored energy. In less than half an hourglass, the armor would become a copper lump that was extremely heavy, but did not have the slightest effect of increasing strength. And the mage, who did not carry any supplies and whose physique could only be considered below average, had to carry it on his back and stagger forward in the desert alone. But what did the tragic fate of the Obsidian Council Commissioner have to do with the mastermind behind this good show, the Megalosaurus Pasha keys? For the evil pentashade Megalosaurus, that guy was nothing more than one of the many selfless contributors on the road to Gnome City's new life. Chapter 188. After the success of the marketing campaign, orders poured in like snowflakes to the young Blue Dragon's factory in Gnome's Midtown. The low-cost biomass muscles, the simple prototype of the metal exoskeleton, and the Medici's standard slatted armor formed the popular standard zealot armor. The price of this exoskeleton armor was as high as 500 silver cats, and this did not include the cost of purchasing a special maintenance solution from Gnome City for maintenance, although the price of the latter was only 50 copper coins per pot. One pot would be consumed every month when they were not in battle. When they were in battle, one pot would be consumed every 2 hourglasses. From a long-term point of view, it was still a huge expense. Even so, it was every warrior's dream to own a fanatic armor, especially for those of noble birth. There was no need to train hard day after day. As long as one wore this armor, even an ordinary person could become a warrior with infinite strength. In addition, those who were observant found that as long as the armor was not disassembled to destroy the internal structure, it was possible to install various practical or decorative accessories on the exterior. Many Medici nobles would buy several sets of armor for themselves, modifying them according to their family's decorations or personal preferences. Those who were particularly passionate and wealthy would even buy dozens of sets at once. Due to his knowledge of hunger marketing, Keys' factory only produced 50 sets of the mad armor every month. Therefore, if one wanted to buy a set of armor, they had to pay the full price in advance and wait for the delivery schedule. However, the market was still a seller's market. Boxes of silver cats were constantly filling the young Blue Dragon's pockets. With the support of this sum of money, not only was the reconstruction of Gnome City in full swing, the purchase of a large number of materials for the development of the flying behemoth was also confirmed. The only problem that worried Keys was the new problem in the development of the flying behemoth. With the current technology, there was no way to cultivate such a huge biological vehicle from the embryo. The Demolic borrowed the suturing methods of some undead creatures to cultivate some functional organs and prepare to fuse them together. However, Unlike the supernatural undead creatures that did not possess life, the various organs of the flying behemoth always rejected each other, resulting in a large area of paralysis and death. The solution proposed by Snyder was to transform the various organs into undead, but in this way, the entire sky behemoth would become a huge undead creature. It could only rely on a large amount of negative energy to provide energy, which was very limited. Left with no other choice, the young blue dragon finally decided to bear the pain and attack himself, hoping that his passive adaptation ability would allow him to transfer part of his characteristics to the flying behemoth's living organs through bloodline modification. After dismissing everyone, Quest used his psychic ability and magic to construct several seals to prevent spies from spying on the entire laboratory. Although the protagonist said that it was for the sake of safety, the author still had to confess to the readers. He was purely afraid of pain, and even more afraid that others would see him cry in pain. Thanks to the estimation of the behemoth's size, the space in the laboratory was very large, enough for the young blue dragon to transform into his true form and stay inside. Keyes used his powerful forelimbs to press down on his tail, and after turning his head in another direction, he used his wings to cover his involuntarily glancing downward. His sharp claws quickly clawed off a scale, with flesh on the tip of his tail, and he clenched his teeth to prevent himself from howling in pain. Taking advantage of the short time the scale left his body, Keyes hurriedly used a bloodline modification spell to transplant it into a prototype organ of the flying behemoth that he had already prepared. At this time, his wound had already begun to heal slowly, and new scales were growing out. The self-adaptation ability brought about by the recovery ability had taken effect. At the same time, the organ that was endowed with the flesh of the megalosaurus was undergoing a drastic change that could be seen with the naked eye. The flesh of the megalosaurus with scales rapidly grew granulation and continuously drilled under the skin of the organ. Surprisingly, the whole process did not cause any rejection from the organ, as if the organ also knew the benefits of the megalosaurus flesh. This organ was the special heart in the body of the blazed shadow beast that could digest black oil, and was used to provide energy for the flying behemoth. After being modified, not only could it digest black oil, but it could also fully utilize coal, sugar, and other organic materials to convert chemical energy into heat energy. Due to his understanding of his own passive self-adaptation ability, Keyes prepared various materials for the training after the fusion. If the organ obtained some of the young blue dragon's abilities, then it could actively optimize and adjust itself under the passive adaptation situation, and continuously improve the efficiency of its own functions. After the coal was thrown into the bioreactor, it began to automatically generate a grinding tissue, grinding the coal into coal powder to increase the combustion efficiency. After the black oil was poured in, the bioreactor began to generate a structure that could atomize the black oil, which was also to increase the fuel utilization efficiency. The young blue dragon then threw in some organic materials, and the biological furnace organ underwent even more astonishing changes. After the self-adaptation took place, the organ first decomposed organic materials into a large amount of hydrogen, water, and other flammable gases. But after burning for a while, it evolved into an even better way of using energy. The hydrogen that would have been burned was attached to a new multi-layer membrane structure, forming an energy supply method similar to a fuel cell. Thanks to Keyes' science and engineering background in his previous life, he later became a programmer. He was very clear about the excellence of this energy use method. It avoided the Carnot cycle theory that the heat engine needed to follow, and converted the Gibbs free energy of the chemical energy in the hydrogen fuel into electricity. But this created a new problem, because it did not have an energy storage system. The surface of the organ was quickly covered with a large amount of electric charge. New granulation grew on the surface of the organ, spreading out and constantly producing a phenomenon of tip discharge. Because of the blood transplant, Keyes clearly felt that he had established a special connection with the organ at this time, and he could control the operation of the organ to a certain extent. At the same time, he could more clearly feel the intention of the organ's evolution. The newly grown granulation crawled out of the culture tank, bypassing the young blue dragon who had turned back into a human, and rushed to the other organs in the culture tank in the laboratory. The first to be connected was the sky behemoth's brain. In order to effectively control the behemoth, the brain was designed according to the distributed structure of an insect, and each nerve node was responsible for controlling a part of the behemoth's body. After being connected by the electric tentacles in the biological furnace, the part of the neural network that had not been built was naturally assembled. Keyes could now clearly feel the thoughts conveyed by the sky behemoth, its recognition of the young blue dragon's bloodline, and its incomparable desire to be born. Through the energy supply of the biological furnace, the behemoth's brain had been activated. But at this time, the energy that the furnace could provide was almost exhausted, and the speed of the growth of the tentacles from the furnace and the brain slowed down. Seeing this, Keyes immediately tore off the seal that he had set up before and told his companions to come in quickly to help add fuel and change the nutrients in the culture tank. The entire laboratory immediately turned into a delivery room for the newborn behemoth. The steampunk Demolic commanded the undead workers wearing the working version, fanatic armor, to move buckets of nutrient solution from the nearby warehouse into the laboratory and continuously pour it into the culture tank. The three Ogre brothers were in charge of deploying manpower to transport boxes of coal from a warehouse built further away that was specifically used to store flammable and explosive materials to fuel the biological furnace. Through the psionic ability, Keyes constantly communicated with the behemoth's newborn consciousness. He accurately translated the behemoth's instinctive evolutionary needs to the managers in the various sections of the laboratory and quickly adjusted the allocation of various materials. For a full 10 days, other than the Demolic and his undead workers, everyone in the laboratory, including Keyes, who was responsible for maintaining the psionic connection, relied on the energy potion provided by Witch Dr. Paru to survive. The entire laboratory, or rather the delivery room of the behemoth, had been heated to an extremely high temperature due to the continuous burning of the biological furnace. Some of the nutrient solution in the culture tank had begun to boil, and the pre-designed vents began to feel a little overwhelmed. But like the behemoth's internal organs that were still thriving, everyone was trying their best to hold on. When the nutrient solution storage was almost exhausted, the growth of the behemoth's internal organs was finally almost complete. The brain and its attached nervous system that had been set up earlier had been greatly perfected, and this also made it much easier for Keyes to communicate. "Father." The words of the flying behemoth were accurately transmitted to the young blue dragon through the psionic connection. This was the first time it did not use instinctive needs but a complete and meaningful word. "I'm ready." Keyes also realized this, and the tiredness from maintaining the psionic connection for many days was swept away. He stepped forward, pressed his palm on the behemoth's wrinkled brain, and said softly, "I grant thee life, and thy true name is Leviathan." The behemoth, which was about to cover the entire laboratory floor, immediately became excited, and all the tissues began to make the final adjustments. The core brain that carried the behemoth's will was wrapped in layers of muscles and pushed to the deepest part of the internal organs. At this time, the biological furnace had been split into 4 groups, and other than the entrance to fill the fuel, the furnace itself was also hidden in the depths of the muscles. The airbag skin of the airship seized from the Japanese was pieced together into a huge balloon with many cabins, and it was suspended above the behemoth by a traction device. After receiving Keyes' order, the Leviathan once again grew many tentacles and tightly wrapped the balloon. The original skin was quickly digested, and in its place was the Leviathan's own skin and muscles. The characteristics of the megalosaurus, which was obtained from the young blue dragon, began to show. The surface of the huge airbag began to grow scales that looked very thin, but could deflect force fields. Hundreds of sharp horns protruded from the surface of the airbag, and the tips were flashing with electric light. The tentacles connecting the Leviathan's internal organs and the airbag began to shrink, pulling the tissues on the ground into the embryonic body. Keyes was a little worried that the traction rope could bear so much weight, and was ready to cast a levitation spell to help the Leviathan complete the final assembly. However, the smart behemoth had already thought of this. It spewed out the high-pressure gas that had accumulated for many days under its body, and at the same time, the biological furnace was turned on, and the hot air was poured into the airbag through the special hollow tentacles. Under the combined efforts of the upper and lower parts, the Leviathan's shell and internal organs were quickly completed, and the Leviathan was finally born. Chapter 189. Mastering Technology. Mastering even more advanced technology. Mastering even more advanced and disruptive technology. My descendants must remember that this is the most effective way to quickly create large amounts of wealth. When the Leviathan rose into the sky, the commercial transportation model of Medicus and the entire Ash world since ancient times had been completely overturned. No one could stop the scales of eternal order from beginning to accumulate wealth. Santos Ben Jozer's book, To His Descendants, the founder of the Sand Rhino conglomerate and an early member of the Scales of Eternal Order Chamber of Commerce. When the ceiling of the laboratory was pulled up by its hinges, the Leviathan rose from the city center, shocking everyone in Nome. This kind of flying beast that had never appeared in the Ash world first brought endless panic, but after the city guards rushed to inform them, the panic turned into shock in a very short time. After a few days, when the construction of the pod was completed, the huge biological vehicle welcomed its first batch of visitors. Those who were invited by Keyes were all representatives of merchants from all walks of life. Among these people, many did not live in Nome City. But after hearing that Megalosaurus Pasha had built the huge Leviathan, they were all extremely curious. They either rode on the mage's flying carpets or rode on camel beasts overnight to reach Nome City as quickly as possible. The birth of the Leviathan had even spread to the capital of the empire, Bite City. The big-bellied general, who had worked with Keyes before, was the representative. He brought a group of nobles to watch the first flight of the Leviathan. In this regard, although Megalosaurus Pasha had not informed them before, he still expressed a warm welcome. After all, this would be beneficial to further promoting the Leviathan's flying vehicle. But for some unknown reason, the official Medicus group did not use the common flying carpets. Instead, they took a modified Wusan flying ship to Nome City. When this sky fortress that had shrunk several times arrived, the accompanying mages first built a 30-foot-tall obelisk outside the city as a docking tower. Only then could they successfully anchor and dock. Sir Keyes, this was all done by the noble mages at the last minute. When General Medicus met the young blue dragon at the Pasha's camp in the city center, he immediately drew a clear line with the mages of the Obsidian Council. After they heard that you had built a flying ship, I don't know why they went crazy and pieced together this thing from the spoils of War of the Wusan. Through the conversation with the big-bellied general, Keyes learned that this was the work of the Obsidian Council. Recently, the Grand Vader had been in seclusion, causing many people to think that he might have been injured in Japan and was recuperating. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the Obsidian Council began various actions to expand their influence. One of the most important measures was to suppress the local officials of Medica that the Great Vexil had promoted. Keyes' title of Pasha was the highest position in Medicus that had been granted in recent years. In addition, because he was a megalosaurus, it was not surprising that the Obsidian Council, which was responsible for protecting the interests of noble mages and nobles, would target him. It's really too simple and crude. The young blue dragon, who understood this, secretly complained. He really did not expect that the council would like to fight head-on. Did they not consider the method of bribing? Indeed, the Obsidian Council had disappointed him. The word bribing might not even exist in the dictionary of those noble mages. From their point of view, the existence of the Megalosaurus Pasha was a challenge to the Medicus noble system. The Leviathan, on the other hand, was purely a means for Keyes to show off his military strength, although they had spent a lot of money to buy the fanatic armor. But before the observation group came to Nome, the Obsidian Council had spent a lot of money to repair a Wusan airship and named it the Blazing Sun Ship. It was used to show off their strength to the young blue dragon, while the pot-bellied general was paying a visit to the Megalosaurus Pasha. The noble representatives on the airship were also holding their own meetings. The noble mages sent by the council even used spells to ensure that the content of the conversation would not be detected. As we all know, a middle-aged noble in a dark blue mage robe stroked his beard and said slowly and concisely in a very infectious tone, "The Medici Empire has just experienced the invasion of the Wuzans. Although we were the victors in the end, we still paid a great price. The blizzard disaster, the breach of the Nero River, and the expected crop failure next year. The fiefs of several nobles here have been affected, but the Megalosaurus Pasha, who faced the Wusan vanguard, seems to have managed his territory very well. The Pong tournament, the fanatic armor, and the Leviathan that we are about to visit, all of these things have brought him a lot of money. But have you thought about where the initial funds for these things came from? The pentashade Megalosaurus, known for its greed for money, is willing to use the silver in its lair? Of course not. The Megalosaurus Pasha collected the huge amount of money by squeezing the property of the nobles of Medici. Seeing that everyone present was attracted by his speech, Lilith nodded slightly with satisfaction. He stretched his hand out of his sleeve and clenched it into a fist. He waved it down and concluded decisively, since the initial funds were obtained from the nobles, then we also have the right to benefit from it. I mean, the Leviathan is a good compensation. What a bandit's mindset, what's yours is mine, was very similar to the common thinking of the pentashade dragons. Unfortunately, he was not a megalosaurus, and our protagonist, Keyes, also had the same mindset as him. You mean that the blazing sunboat doesn't need to add coal or black oil, but there is a magical item connected to the elemental plane of Earth installed on it, and it can be refueled at any time? Listening to the pot-bellied general's narration, the young blue dragon suddenly became interested in a certain piece of information revealed in the pot-bellied general's words. Sure enough, General Medici thought to himself. Before they set off for Nome City, Commander Winfeng, who was under the Grand Vader, specially paid a secret visit to him, taught him some words, and told him that he must disclose it to the Megalosaurus Pasha. The airship that the Obsidian Council rushed out has a special magical item called the Olamox Bucket of Waste. With it, you can communicate with the elemental plane of Earth at any time. With a very small amount of precious metals or gems, you can replenish a large amount of black oil, coal, or other fuels that are regarded as waste by the creatures of the elemental plane of Earth at any time. Very detailed information. Keyes thought for a moment and understood that the pot-bellied general was actually a porter. This information was most likely sent to him by the cunning Grand Vader. It was another plan to kill two birds with one stone. Not only would he be able to return the favor of helping the Empire of Medici defeat the Japanese Expeditionary Army, but he would also be able to cause a lot of trouble for the Obsidian Council. Another overt plot. Even if he was unwilling, the young blue dragon had to admit that something as good as the Olamox Bucket of Waste was delivered to his mouth. How could he not accept it with a smile? Chapter 190, Great Blazing Sun. This was the sentence that the fat merchant Santos said the most after boarding the Leviathan. The second most common sentence was, "What is this for?" Stepping on the non-slip floor made of teak, under the leadership of the Dragonborn clan's kobold guide, the Medici's official viewing group, and a group of merchants walked along the corridor of the pod. As the volume of the Leviathan's airbag was far larger than that of the airship outside the city, the interior space of its pod was much larger than that of the blazing sunboat. The Leviathan had a total of 5 decks. Unlike the design of the Wusong airship, the top 2 decks of the pod were integrated into the body of the Leviathan's huge airbag. The other 3 decks were exposed to the beast's body. The top deck was used as a passenger cabin, and the other 2 were used to carry cargo. In the process of building the pod, the Leviathan also used its own flesh and blood to fuse with it. The beast had a lifeline extracted from the fluorescent insects, so the corridors and the ceiling of the rooms on each deck were illuminated by a biological light source. As the first batch of flight crew, the members of the Dragonborn clan had a small tin whistle around their necks. They could blow a unique sound to control the light sources on and off. In addition to these biological light sources, there was a round crystal porthole every 20 steps or so on the corridor of the cabin deck. It could be opened and closed with a simple touch. During the day, it could also provide some illumination for this deck. Of course, these portholes could also be used to view the outside scenery, but the best viewing platform was still at the bow. When the visitors walked to the hemispherical space that ran through the 3 decks, everyone was shocked by what they saw. The bottom and outer walls of the hemispherical space were made of 1-yard square glass. In fact, special scales grown by the Leviathan. These glass were tightly wedged in what seemed to be a silver-gray metallic window edge. In fact, part of the Leviathan's skin tissue. The scenery outside is unobstructed. As the guide, the desert kobold eagerly introduced it to the visitors in a proud tone. This is the viewing navigation platform. When it is safe to sail, for example, now it can be open to you as a viewing platform. At other times, he pointed to his busy compatriots, some of the Dragonborn clan surveyors were using ropes with pulleys to go up and down between the railings. This is a navigation platform for observation and determining the route. In fact, there are some brave observers doing the same work outside the Leviathan, but I don't think you would like to visit the working environment there. The guide held on to the wall and pretended to almost fall. He also simulated the sound of strong wind whistling in his mouth. Some of the visiting merchants laughed in a friendly manner, but the nobles present remained silent due to their status. How do they send messages? Compared to the others, the boss of the Sand Rhino caravan, who was familiar with the Megalosaurus Pasha, was obviously more relaxed. The fat merchant asked the guide, curiously, if we go from the outside to the pod, won't it take too much time? The desert kobold clapped his hands and showed a look of approval. He walked to the cabin wall and unscrewed a metal hoop. A lizard crawled out of the internal pipe. He first tapped the lizard a few times according to a specific rhythm, then said a word in the draconic language. Then he raised the little fellow to the crowd and said, "Sound transmission, lizard," a type of chimera used to transmit sound. As the life-bound beast of the Leviathan, they can imitate large segments of speech and can quickly reach various places through the pipe. Now, I need to provide some hibiscus juice for the guests. We will wait at the bow of the 3rd deck. After waiting for a moment, a kobold dressed as a chef ran over with a pot of hibiscus juice on his shoulder. However, he did not seem to understand the meaning of the guide's words. He did not carry any utensils, so the guide knocked him on the head, causing the crowd to laugh again. A noble representative in the visiting group proposed to visit the control center of the Leviathan, but this request was rejected by the kobold guide. It concerns the safety of the Leviathan. No one including me, who works or visits on these decks, has the right to enter. Unlike the noble representatives, the visiting merchants were more concerned about the load of the Leviathan. When the guide led them to the cargo hold at the bottom, everyone saw a large number of wide-tailed carriages being pulled by camel beasts into the cargo hold through the gangway at the stern. Those carriages were filled with all kinds of goods, including precious spices, precious wood, unwritten papyrus papers, and so on. These are the materials left by the Lord of the Dragon's nest after the previous pot-buying convention. The total weight is about 1/10 of the net weight of the Leviathan, which is about 25 tons. This batch of goods requires about 30 wide-tailed carriages to pull, and if it were sand rhinos, it would require about 35 sand rhinos to carry it. The kobold of the Dragonborn clan straightened his chest and explained to the people present. And this is only 1/12 of the maximum cargo capacity of the Leviathan. Many merchants, including Santos, gasped, taking advantage of this opportunity. The desert kobold continued to introduce, the Leviathan can reach a maximum speed of 160 paresin per hourglass. According to calculations, it can also maintain 120 paresin per hourglass when cruising with a full load. In theory, it only takes a little more than half a day to travel from Gnome City to Bite City. Doesn't this mean that all the caravans of Medici will not be able to compete with the Leviathan in the future? A shrewd merchant immediately thought of this question. After this question was raised, the faces of caravan owners like the fat merchant Santos were suddenly clouded with worry. Before the kobold guide was about to answer, a person walked in through the entrance of the cargo hold and said loudly, "This problem is indeed possible, but there is a greater possibility of cooperation in the future. The Leviathan, or the flying behemoth after it, is actually not suitable for short-distance transportation in terms of cost. They will establish fixed mooring stations between several key cities in Medici and transport large quantities of goods in fixed shifts. The increase in cargo transport will undoubtedly lead to the need for cargo distribution around the mooring cities, and short-distance transportation caravans are the key to solving this last paresin problem." Everyone looked at the source of the voice, and the fat merchant Santos' eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Honorable Megalosaurus Pasha, the honest merchant Santos Ben Joser sends his sincere greetings to you." Chapter 191. Compared to the Leviathan, the security of the Blazing Sun ship was much stricter. Not only were there many guards patrolling the deck of the ship, but there were also people standing guard under the mooring tower that the mages had temporarily built. Thanks to Olmoc's bucket of waste, the airship only needed to use a small amount of precious metals or gems to get enough fuel from the elemental plane of Earth, so it had never landed on the ground. After the members of the Leviathan's observation group left, the airship was carefully guarded, and the guards did not relax for a moment. Of course, the Blazing Sun ship was not completely cut off from the outside world. Materials such as food, drinking water, and the garbage produced in the ship's hold would be sent out through special cranes. Still, for safety reasons, this internal and external interaction was arranged near noon. At that time, the blazing sun would be hanging in the center of the sky, and the area of the shadows would be reduced to the minimum, making it easier for the guards to check. Accompanied by the tune of the time, the dolbaka drum, which was specially used to transmit orders, began to beat in an orderly manner. On both sides of the blazing sun ship's deck, two slender brown, giant hands stretched out. These arms had thin, mechanical-like bones, and the tendons were clearly visible under the thin skin. This was a pair of enchanted arms that borrowed the technology of flesh and blood golems and chimeras. They were the melee weapons of the Blazing Sun ship, and at the same time, they played the role of cranes. The arm that stretched out from the left side of the ship was responsible for throwing the garbage piled up on the deck, and the arm that stretched out from the right side of the ship was responsible for lifting the goods on the ground. In order to maintain balance, the movements of the enchanted arms had to be done in an orderly manner. Below the deck, there were dozens of people constantly tightening 2 sets of springs to provide enough power for the enchanted arms, and the ones controlling them were the 2 senior apprentices left behind by the noble mage, Liliot. The goods purchased from Gnome City were loaded into wide-tailed carriages and pulled to the designated location below the blazing sun ship by the leading camel beasts. In order to not frighten the camel beasts, after the carriages were in place, the beasts would be temporarily unlassoed and pulled to the side to wait. Some hired civilian workers would temporarily take over their work, either pushing or dragging them, fine-tuning the parking positions of these supply vehicles, and assisting the enchanted arm in the grabbing and unloading work. One Eye and Crooked Mouth were disguised among the commoners. As the blazing sunboat had a transfiguration detection formation, it was not easy for Keys's companions to sneak onto the airship, so they could only rely on the 2 brothers to scout. Do you remember Lord Pasha's instructions? The shirtless, one-eyed man whispered to his brother, "After we go up, we have to find a place to hide, or we can disguise ourselves as crew members." Crooked Mouth, who was pushing the carriage with one-eyed, looked around. When he saw that no one was paying attention to them, he replied, "I remember all of them, but I'm a little worried about that thing." With that, he pouted his crooked lips and pointed at the airship above his head. Earlier, the 2 of them had taken a flying carpet. When they were high up in the sky, One Eye felt better, but he found that his calves would cramp up when he was on the flying carpet. "Don't worry, didn't you go on the Leviathan once? Weren't you fine at that time?" One Eye comforted him disapprovingly. He even opened his mouth and took out a ring from under his tongue. "Don't you still have the floating ring? In the worst case, this ring can trigger the Featherfall spell to keep you safe." Crooked Mouth nodded and let out a sigh to calm himself down. He then pressed on the floating ring that was hidden somewhere on his body to calm himself down. When the enchanted arm grabbed the carriage they were in charge of, One Eye and Crooked Mouth immediately used an illusion to block the eyes and ears of the other commoners. They then darted into the carriage and hid in the wicker baskets that contained the crew members' clothes. Before the Leviathan was ready to take off, the members of the visitation group were asked to return to their cabins to wait for takeoff. Other than the pot-bellied general, who needed to discuss some matters with the Megalosaurus Pasha, the other members of the noble visitation group gathered in Lilith's cabin. The facilities of this airship can be said to be luxurious. One of the nobles took out a bottle of jujube from the wine cabinet fixed to the wall of the cabin. After tasting it, he could not help but praise the food, the wine, and especially the steam bath. The 200 silver cats were well spent. Even Lilith of the Obsidian Council had to admit that compared to the blazing sunboat they took, the Leviathan's degree of comfort was beyond imagination. In the beginning, they all thought that the airship was built by Keys to show off his military strength. But after a tour, even the hostile Lilith changed his opinion. Compared to the ferocious appearance of the Leviathan, the interior of the airship was more like a commercial airship. But as a member of the Obsidian Council, Lilith still insisted on his original plan. He stroked the bronze panels that were used as decorations on the walls of the cabin. The extremely aged patterns were very much to the noble mage's liking. You may have overlooked these antique decorations. Although they were inside the cabin, Lilith still cast a spell to prevent eavesdropping when he spoke. There are a total of 15 luxurious first-class cabins like this on the Leviathan and more second-class cabins. If you don't care about the dignity and comfort of the experience, you can also spend less money in the warehouse. He took out a silver cat with his fingers and held it between 2 fingers, flashing it in front of the noble's eyes. Even if we don't count the freight income, even if we calculate 1/3 of the passenger capacity, the one-way income of the Leviathan is nearly 5,000 silver cats. Compared to the Blazing Sun boat that requires a lot of manpower and can't be maintained, those who control the Dragon Clan are simply slaves of the Megalosaurus Pasha. There is almost no cost. In the future, this airship will simply be a coinage machine that can automatically produce silver cats. Seeing that some of the nobles present had a thoughtful look, and some of their eyes showed envy and jealousy, Lilith shrugged and said with a little helplessness, "But we have nothing to do with the Medici Empire. Can't we order this airship from Gnome City, just like the Mad Knight armor?" Someone impatient asked first. "Even if we can't afford the cost, the Honorable Pharaoh will definitely be able to afford it." Lilith praised the somewhat presumptuous speaker in his heart. Of course, he knew the intention of the supporter behind the Obsidian Council. In fact, the reason why the noble mages coveted the Leviathan was because it reflected the personal will of Pharaoh. Lilith's face showed a smile. "I also believe that only the great Pharaoh deserves to own the Leviathan." Chapter 192. The fuel hydrogen was converted into electricity in the body of the behemoth, driving the rotor to rotate rapidly, and the propeller began to slowly push the behemoth forward. Untying the mooring rope on the ground, the hot air and hydrogen gradually filled the body of the Leviathan, and it began to climb to the clouds at a gentle angle. Unlike the visitors who were resting in the cabin, the pilots of the Dragonborn clan became extremely busy at the moment. Several teams of desert kobolds ran back and forth in the cargo hold, carefully checking whether the rope net that fixed the cargo was loose. The observers on duty at each key node stared at the recording instrument, sometimes communicating with the navigation platform through the transmission lizard, and sometimes using the sympathetic cilia of the Leviathan inserted into the back of the neck to report to the control center. In the control center of the top 2 floors of the pod, except for Keys, only the pilots of the Dragonborn clan, who had been transformed by the mental demons, could enter. Their main task at this time was to take care of the biological furnace in the body of the Leviathan and continue to send the fuel stored here into it. Some of the desert kobolds with higher intelligence were responsible for correcting the course and using the sympathetic device to transmit the aviation maps and various data sent from the navigation platform and various observation nodes to the brain of the Leviathan. This was to let the newborn behemoth better understand its own situation, so as to lay a memory foundation for future unmanned navigation. Unlike the Dragonborn clan, Keys could maintain communication with the Leviathan through the psionic ability. "How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" The young blue dragon reminded the big baby he had created and asked in detail. Previously, it was just an experimental cruise at a low altitude. When it rises to the top of the troposphere, if there are any problems, communicate with me in time. "I feel that the speed can be faster." The Leviathan felt warm to the concern expressed by Keys, but it was still eager to prove itself. It was no different from a child who wanted to show off in front of their father. "After the jet propulsion system is activated, according to the Bernoulli principle you described, my body can get more lift." The young blue dragon thought for a moment and felt that there should not be too much of a problem. So he said in the psionic link, using 1/4 of the maximum power for jet propulsion, "The purpose of this voyage is to collect more data during the climbing process. Pass this order to all the pilots of the Dragon Clan and ask them to pay attention and cooperate well. In addition, don't relax the monitoring of those people in the cabin. If there are any abnormalities, immediately notify Snade and Paru, who are on standby in the laboratory. Your wish is my mission." With the help of the jet power, the Leviathan quickly reached the cruising position. During this process, other than the timely reminder of the diligent observer, the giant beast only noticed the problem of pressurizing the cabin. Other than that, there weren't many problems. Thus, Keyes ordered the Cortex Prime to rest temporarily and remember the previous data, while the many subbrains received the command to control the Cortex Prime during cruising. At this altitude, the sandstorm in the desert of the Ashen World would not have much effect, so only the job of calibrating the route needed the special navigators of the Dragon clan. The city that the Leviathan was going to was Deca City in the south of Medici. This city was a civilization of Salt Lake and the Grand Arena. It was the second hometown of the three Ogre brothers. In the Grand Arena, there were still legends about them. Due to its location near a huge salt lake, the city's flora and fauna resources were relatively scarce. Apart from some local organisms that lived with halophilic fungi, there were almost no other organisms that could live there. The reason why Taka City was built there was because the place was rich in lake salt, compared to the camel beasts, which required at least 1.5 months of transportation. The journey would only take about 3 days with the Leviathan's cruising speed. Even including the additional time needed for purchasing and loading, the total time would not exceed 10 days. Moreover, compared to the traditional caravans that traveled at night and slept in the open, the journey on the Leviathan could be considered a form of enjoyment. After the blazing sun retreated from the horizon, the Megalosaurus Pasha held a sumptuous banquet for the visitors. The restaurant was located in the public resting area on the deck of the cabin. There were carpets hanging on the walls, and there were 3 chandeliers made from the special luminous cilia of the Leviathan on the ceiling. Foldable tables and chairs were joined together to form a long dining table. The food for the banquet was impeccable. There was roasted quail with honey sauce, grouse jelly, and the main dish was charcoal grilled camel made with the help of a biological furnace. Before the meal, there was a thick soup made of vegetables, and after the meal, there was a dessert made of honey. Not only were there light beer, hibiscus juice, jujube, and other common drinks in Medici, but there were also many strong alcoholic drinks with amazing flavors. However, no one knew that the dishes on the table were cooked by the Ogre Blue. The ingredients in the dishes were not bad, but the drinks that the nobles loved so much were mostly the ordinary stock of the gourmet in the lower plains. To the Leviathan, cheers! After tasting a small mouthful of the blood of the Bela, a kind of wine brewed with a very small amount of Baler's blood and the juice of several plants unique to the Acid Fog Canyon plain, a noble representative of Bite City jumped up and roared under the glory and protection of the pharaoh, "Long live the Obsidian Council!" Seeing this, Lilith hurriedly made a gesture and silently recited a spell to make the noble fall asleep quickly. At this time, he was also a little confused. He had just used a spell to detect poison to check the drinks, and the results showed that there was no problem. While the others were taking care of the noble representative, Lilith quietly picked up the cup that the noble had just drunk from and used a spell to check and analyze the composition of the remaining wine. The names of a large number of unknown materials appeared in the noble mage's mind one after another. Only when the last blood of the Baler appeared, he was really surprised. Although he did not know what the other materials were, as a senior spellcaster, he had heard of the name of the Baler, the top demon of the Tana Re in the bottomless abyss. Lilith could not help but feel a little anxious. He began to quietly whisper to the other mages in the audience. This is a kind of fine wine brewed with biological materials from other planes. The great Dragon Pasha had unknowingly walked behind Lilith with a thought-provoking smile on his face. If ordinary people drink some of it, it won't do any harm to their bodies. At most, it will only amplify some emotions and make it more suitable for a hearty conversation. Chapter 193. Just like old Egu of Spat City, the ruler of Taka City was also a relative of Pharaoh. However, in terms of bloodline, This consul named Amir was a little further away from the pharaoh than old Igu. However, in terms of reputation, the Emil family, which had been passed down for 3 generations in Taka City, was much better than the Agu family. In addition to the well-known business of selling refined lake salt and operating the Grand Arena, several generations of Emils, nobles in the Ash world, could only use the family name as their own name after inheriting the family head, were very keen on collecting all kinds of treasures. Governor Emil of this generation was even more so, and his passion for collecting was even greater than that of his own ancestors. After the meeting of the Washu Holy Land, Brock killed the mercenary leader of the wandering desert elves and took the elven golden sword fabricated by the Japanese. Originally, he wanted to directly destroy the weapon that might bring disaster to the desert elves, but after communicating with Keys, the young blue dragon found a better home for the golden sword. A month before the first voyage of the Leviathan, Keys sent the desert elf silencer to Taka City with the golden sword as a gift to make friends with Governor Emil, who was fond of collecting. Compared to riding on the Leviathan, the journey up the Nero River by riding a camel beast was neither comfortable nor convenient. The only thing worth mentioning was that with the seal issued by the Megalosaurus Pasha, all the cities along the way could get enough free supplies. Brock had to admit that this was much better than the migration of the Salem tribe that he had escorted with the warriors. Of course, even so, the delegation only arrived at Taka City in the south of Medic a few days before the Leviathan set sail. This is really a Salt Lake City. Brock could not help but exclaim while waiting to enter the city. After a night's journey, the delegation arrived at the city gate of Taka City at dawn. Many caravans from all over Medic did the same. They spontaneously lined up and waited for the city gate to open. The walls of Taka City were covered with a layer of salt-stained mortar. Under the illumination of the rising sun, they shone with a diamond-like brilliance. There were many buildings with square towers in the city. Even from outside the city, one could see the flags fluttering on the top of the towers. One of the envoys was a gnome merchant who had been to Mocha before. He was eagerly explaining to the desert elves, "Those flags represent the various guilds in Mocha. Merchants from different industries have gathered together to protect the interests of their respective industries in the city. The flag with the hammer pattern is the flag of the Blacksmiths Guild. The black ring pattern on a red background represents the Grand Arena. The leather triangular flag represents the Fur and Cloth Merchants Guild. The flag with the white square pattern on a blue background is the symbol of the largest and most powerful salt guild in Tukka. After visiting His Excellency the Consul, I suggest that we also have a meeting with the senior management of the Salt Workers Guild. At the very least, we can guarantee that the quality of the refined lake salt purchased will be improved by 5%. As he spoke, the merchant gestured as if he was weighing a bag of money. Brock was not disgusted by this. When he was in the Salem tribe, the merchants who wanted to exchange more desert elven specialties from the tribe would also use the method of gifts to make friends with the tribal elders. His Excellency the Pasha has ordered that before the Leviathan arrives, we must prepare at least 150 wagons of refined lake salt in the salt works. Although his voice was not loud, Brock's words were accurately transmitted to the ears of everyone in the envoys due to the effect of the sound spell. The pink refined salt that has been filtered more than 3 times and has been boiled with dead halophilic fungi can be sold for a good price in the central region and even the northern part of Medici. That is our priority purchase target. Everyone in the envoys nodded in agreement. Most of them were merchants with a certain amount of wealth in Nome. They were quite familiar with the work of purchasing trade and were confident that they could serve the Megalosaurus Pasha well. When the blazing sun climbed from the horizon to the sky, the gates of Taka City, which had been closed all night, finally opened to the people who had been waiting in line for a long time. Since they had the official seal issued by Keys, the city guards did not dare to delay. After informing Consul Emir, they directly let the envoys walk out of the queue and enter the gates of Taka City ahead of time. Unlike the desolate saline alkali Gobi outside the city, Taka City was full of vitality. The streets here were in a radial shape, extending outwards in circles. There were man-made flower beds at the small intersections of the streets on each floor. Flowers and shrubs grew luxuriantly. This was thanks to a pioneering work of the Taka Salt Association. When the salt was boiled, due to the special distillation and condensation facilities, the brine extracted from the salt lake was not wasted after evaporation. Instead, it was transformed into distilled water for drinking and irrigation. Every street in Taka City was laid with pipes. The distilled water from the self-made salt factory would be transported to a specific water storage tank through these pipes. As long as the citizens of the city paid a few copper debentures, they could buy enough water for a family to use for a day from the merchants who operated these water storage facilities. The landscape plants in the middle of the streets that were drought-resistant and saline alkali-resistant only needed the merchants nearby to water them with 1 or 2 pots of water every day to survive. This city is a city full of contradictions. Walking on the road to the consul's mansion, the merchants and the envoys kept introducing the various local customs of Taka to Brock. It's located in the saline alkali Gobi, but the city is full of vitality all year round. The citizens are simple, hardworking, and hospitable, but when there's a bloody fight in the grand arena, there's no empty seats. The consul's family that rules this city has always been generous. Apart from selling salt and operating the grand arena, they rarely compete with the people for benefits. However, the 3 generations of emirs have greedily collected all kinds of novelties. While listening to the merchant's introduction, he observed the bits and pieces of Taka City. Taking advantage of the fact that there were not many pedestrians on the streets, the envoys rode on camel beasts and passed through the streets that had yet to wake up under the guidance of the city guards. A moment later, they arrived at the consul's mansion in Taka City. According to the official rank, Key's title of Pasha was second only to the Grand Vader. It was 1 level higher than the consul. However, due to the fact that Taka City was located in the saline alkali Gobi Desert, it was not under the jurisdiction of any pasha. Its taxes were directly responsible to Pharaoh, and it was an autonomous city belonging to the emir family. Therefore, the envoys that Brock was part of needed to come to pay a visit instead of note. However, out of respect, the Taka City lord still walked out of the consul's mansion, accompanied by the steward and guards to welcome the arrival of the Megalosaurus Pasha's envoys. Chapter 194. Taka City is too salty. Consul Emil joked in the face of the guest, who came from afar. That's why I like fresh water, a whole pool of fresh water. Brock smiled politely and sat on a stone bench in the garden under the guidance of the servants in the mansion. Unlike the consul of other cities, Emil preferred to entertain guests and handle official business in the meticulously renovated garden. There was a rectangular reservoir in the garden. The distilled water produced by the salt factory flowed in through the pipes. The pool water gurgled, but did not overflow. The hidden outlet would take away the excess pool water and send it to other places in the city that needed fresh water. Since the water and the outlet pipes were equipped with special filters, some edible fish were also raised in the reservoir. Lush shrubs were planted around the garden, emitting a faint fragrance of vegetation that permeated the air. It's indeed a good place for thinking, the desert elf exclaimed in admiration as he felt the peaceful and quiet atmosphere in the garden. As the owner of the place, Emil waited for the servants to serve the guests drinks to quench their thirst before he said, I have read the official documents and private letters signed by Megalosaurus Pasha. Taka City has always been hospitable to friends who can help us with the lake salt sales. It's just that the purchase that His Excellency mentioned is not a small amount. Even if I mediate due to the practice of the Salt Guild for more than 100 years, we must first charge you about 1/3 of the cost as a deposit. After listening to the consul's explanation, Brock first expressed his understanding and then asked the accompanying members of the diplomatic group to hand over the gift prepared by Keys. Pick the star iron to forge its edge. Restrain the blazing sun to make its light. Enemies are hard to resist. Day by day, the sword shall be the king of the elves. He recited softly, Megalosaurus Pasha has heard that you like to collect. I wonder how much of the deposit this elven golden sword can offset. He did not ask, are you willing to spend money to collect it? Instead, he directly asked, how much is it? This was something that the young blue dragon had specifically told the desert elf to pay attention to before leaving. It was a simple but effective communication technique. Emil's reaction wasn't out of Keys's expectations. It had an ancient-style, intricate, vine-shaped hollow blade, a pale golden translucent blade, and a hilt made from the teeth of an extinct ancient megalodon. Just its appearance alone had attracted the attention of this great collector. Be careful of this weapon, Brock reminded when he saw the consul subconsciously trying to touch the golden sword. It is known that this sword has 2 enchantments, sharpness and charm. Due to some historical reasons, my compatriots are quite sensitive to it. But it's also because of these reasons that it must be a very good collectible. A smile appeared on Emil's face. I'm good at taking care of my collections. He winked. I'm famous for being fair when it comes to assessing the value of my collections. There was no haggling like normal merchants, and the great collector, who was both a consul and a noble, gave the golden elven sword a decent price. After successfully completing the visit, the diplomatic party left the consul's mansion with the special purchase certificate signed by Emil. According to the laws of the United States of America, to prevent excessive interaction between city managers, the diplomatic party could not stay overnight in the consul's mansion unless they had the approval of Pharaoh. They walked to the Salt Guild Hall, where most of the merchants who purchased lake salt gathered for meals. Not only did the guild provide good food, but the merchants could also sleep in the long rafter hall. This was the hospitality of the largest guild in Taka City. It was still early in the morning, and only a few merchants were resting on the straw beds in the corner of the hall. Fragrant oatmeal porridge was boiling in the big cauldron, and the merchants who came were allowed to take a bowl for themselves. The diplomatic party had just eaten in the consul's mansion, and only a few people, including Brock, took a bowl of oatmeal. The desert elf took small sips. As expected of the city of Lake Salt, he thought to himself as he swallowed the oatmeal with refined lake salt and sprinkled with dried berries. How may I be of service? With Consul Emir's permission, a deacon in a blue and white striped robe came to greet them not long after they entered the Salt Guild Hall. It was easier to get things done with someone in the court. With someone in charge of meeting them, the diplomatic party did not delay and immediately got busy. A few veteran guards followed the deacon to the mercenary guild to recruit people to look after the goods. Brock and a few merchants who had experience purchasing lake salt followed the deacon to the warehouse of the salt factory with the special purchase certificate. Taka's salt factory was located in the northwest corner of the city adjacent to the lake. Through the canal connected to the lake water was directly channeled into the salt works. The entire salt factory was close to 1/5 of Taka City and was divided into 4 parts: the salt works, the salt boiling factory, the refinery, and the warehouse. The lake water would first be dried in the salt works, turning into a concentrated brine. Then, The workers would use brine trucks to transport it to the salt boiling factory for further processing. In the beginning, the fuel used to boil the salt was the aquatic vines in the lake that relied on halophilic bacteria. Later, it was discovered that these plants could be refined into a better quality and pale pink lake salt, so they switched to using imported coal from nearby coal-producing cities as fuel. When Brock and the rest arrived at the salt factory, the first batch of brine from the salt works had already been sent into the salt boiling boilers. The chimney, which was much taller than the other tower-like buildings in Taka City, was already emitting thick smoke. The deacon of the Salt Association eagerly led the purchasing representatives of the diplomatic mission to visit the salt-making process. Perhaps it was because they were important customers, or perhaps it was because the governor had specifically instructed him to do so. He grabbed a handful of coarse salt that the workers shoveled from the salt boiling factory to the refinery and handed it to Brock and the rest. Compared to the sea salt produced by the northern seaside, the quality of Taka's lake salt is undoubtedly much better. Even if the coarse salt has not been refined, after grinding, it is not much different from the Shanghai salt on the market. The deacon looked very proud when he saw that the merchants who had purchased lake salt showed a look of approval after rubbing, smelling, and tasting the salt. He then continued, "But this is not enough. Excellence is the consistent requirement of the Salt Association for the salt factory. The coarse salt will also be sent to the refinery for final processing. It needs to be filtered, screened, and ground. After a series of very strict processes, it will be sent to the merchants who come to purchase it." But when the diplomatic mission expressed their desire to purchase a large amount of pale pink lake salt, the deacon showed a slightly difficult look. Chapter 195. The two mages on duty are too diligent. Crooked Mouth, who was hiding in the food storage room, complained. They must be the old gray-robed mages who recently joined the noble mages. They are trying their best to show off to their new masters. Ever since they boarded the Blazing Sun, One Eye and Crooked Mouth had been hiding everywhere. The two apprentices left behind by Lilith on the airship would take turns to use spells to investigate the situation on the airship every hourglass. One Eye gestured for Crooked Mouth to keep quiet and pointed to the door of the food storage room. He wanted Crooked Mouth to stop complaining and pay more attention to the situation outside, while One Eye himself was busy preparing the materials needed later. After waiting for about half an hourglass, a chef who was preparing dinner for everyone on the airship came in to collect the ingredients. Thanks to the increasingly skilled illusion tricks, they were no different from the protruding keel in the chef's eyes. "I'm ready," One Eye said in a low voice. "I've already made the sugar into syrup according to Lord Pasha's instructions." He patted the water sacks filled with sticky syrup on his waist twice and pointed to the remaining sacks on the ground. The effect of the spell can still be maintained for about half an hourglass. After that, the syrup will gradually solidify. Having said that, One Eye used a blurring spell on himself to make his silhouette blurry and produce different camouflage colors according to the changes in the surrounding environment. "I'll go to the engine room on the port side. You take care of the engine on the starboard side." Crooked Mouth nodded and quickly picked up the remaining water sacks and hung them on his waist like One Eye did. The two of them looked at the door of the storage room for a while and quickly entered the corridor. The Alamaka's waste bucket on the Blazing Sun provided fuel for the airship. The fuel was not only used to heat the air and ensure that the airbags were filled and the airship was suspended, but it was also sent into the engine room to provide energy for the propellers. Unlike the Japanese who use horses and mules to drive the propellers, the noble mages of the Obsidian Council used more advanced technology when modifying the Blazing Sun ship. They used the limited wish spell to create two special mechanical engines and installed them at the stern to provide the airship with propulsion. These two mechanical engines could not be filled with coal, and could only be powered by black oil. After hearing this information from Big Belly, Keyes immediately came up with a plan. He sent someone to pour syrup into the engine of the Blazing Sun boat. When the engine started, it would malfunction. Without power, the airship could only be docked in Nome for maintenance. By then, he would have plenty of time to obtain Olamoki's bucket of waste. And the ones he sent to carry out this sugar-mixing plan were the two brothers, One Eye and Crooked Mouth. Relying on the effect of the blur spell, One Eye managed to avoid several patrolling guards. There was no place to hide under the deck of the Blazing Sun boat, so his escape was quite thrilling. But on the other hand, the small space made it easier for him to find his target. There were guards standing guard outside the engine room, and there were maintenance personnel on duty inside. Taking advantage of the time, when the personnel on duty went out of the cabin to relieve themselves, One-Eyed used illusion to deceive the guards and sneaked into the engine cabin. As the airship was still hovering, although the engine was being warmed up every day, it was not fully activated. Some of the prepared black oil was packed in buckets and neatly stacked on a special fixed bracket on the wall of the cabin, according to the young Blue Dragon's instructions. One Eye carefully moved the buckets of black oil and squeezed the warm syrup from the water sack into the wooden buckets. After shaking them evenly, he returned them to their original positions. After doing all this, he let out a sigh of relief and then used the same method to deceive the guards and sneak out. When One Eye ran to the designated evacuation point, which was the cabin where the airship's trash was stored, he found Crooked Mouth already waiting there. "Is everything going well?" One Eye asked softly as he took the cloth from Crooked Mouth to block his nose and block out the terrible smell. Pour it into different buckets of black oil, shake it, and put it away. You didn't miss any of these steps, right? Crooked Mouth made a reassuring gesture and said, "I guarantee that the steps are exactly the same as Sir Pasha's instructions." He also showed the shriveled water sack at his waist to One Eye. "It's the same as when you came in. How about we find a wicker basket to hide in?" One Eye nodded. The next task was to wait patiently. In the warehouse of the salt factory in Taka City, the deacon of the Salt Industry Guild led Blatch and several purchasing merchants to a smaller warehouse. He ordered someone to open the locked door and led the way in, saying, "Sir, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. This is all the light pink lake salt we have at present. You have the special purchase certificate issued by His Excellency the Consul, so I can make the decision to let you take away the stock here. Even so, I'm afraid there's no way to meet the purchase quantity you want. Unlike the refined lake salt that was commonly seen in powder form, the light pink lake salt stored in this warehouse had been processed and made into cubes that were about the length of a palm. When it was time to eat, it was easy to use a special salt sieve to scrape it. Due to the high price, although the climate in the inland area was relatively dry, there were still many moisture-proof measures in this small warehouse. The floor of the warehouse was covered with a layer of pottery, under which there was a layer of charcoal residue that was cooled after the salt was boiled. Every few shelves, there was an open pottery jar filled with coal. At present, there was only about 1/3 of the stock in the entire warehouse, and many shelves were empty. Several merchants in charge of purchasing secretly counted and found that the stock of the powder salt here could only reach about half of the expected purchase quantity at most. Mr. Deacon, after they communicated with Brock, the desert elf asked, "What's the situation?" My companions said that due to the high price, except for some nobles in Bite City, the sales of the powder salt in other areas of Medic are not particularly high. According to the salt production capacity of Taka City, there should be a lot of stock, right? A bitter smile appeared on the deacon's face. He nodded and explained patiently, "You may not know, but that was the situation before. In the past, There were plenty of aquatic vines used to make the powder salt. Until the last 2 years, a water monster that can bewitch people and kill people came out of nowhere from the depths of the salt lake. It turned out that the production of the powder salt was greatly reduced because of the shortage of raw materials. The salt workers usually risked their lives to pick some materials from the salt lake. There was not much powder salt in circulation in the market. Few people would purchase this expensive powder salt on such a large scale like Keys. Therefore, the news of the reduction in production did not spread through the merchants' mouths. Chapter 196. The sky was clear, and the scenery of the salt marsh outside the salt lake was the most beautiful. Known as the mirror of the sky, the Taka salt marsh was like a huge mirror gathering the blue sky and white clouds into its embrace. Along the pottery pipe that drew the lake water from the salt factory in the city, a boat, with a body like a cabin, with four symmetrical wheels installed on the bulwarks, meandered across the mirror-like salt marsh. Unlike the peat swamp, the bottom of the salt marsh was solid salt blocks, which could be crushed by the boat without the risk of sinking. The salt marsh was very shallow, and the water surface was only about 1/10 of the wheel. It didn't matter if the boat accidentally entered a deeper salt lake, because the boat could float on the water surface and move forward with paddles. Of course, this was just a contingency plan, and experienced prospectors rarely encountered such a situation. Even without relying on the pottery pipe of the salt factory, the experienced prospectors could find their way home in the salt marsh, where it was difficult to distinguish the direction. The track left by the previous heavy boat, the direction of the breeze, the saltiness of the salt in the salt marsh in different positions, these could all show them the way. It was because of the unique technology that the prospectors could travel through the salt marsh and search for the floating vines that could be used to make high-end powdered salt. Thanks to the high price of powdered salt, the income of the prospectors in the entire Taka city was at the middle level. Therefore, this technology was very popular and was often only passed down between father and son. Looking at the dozens of vines piled up on the boat, and then looking at his sweaty son pulling the boat forward, the old prospector sitting cross-legged on the boat secretly added a few pieces of bacon to the pot of soup simmering on the charcoal stove at his feet. "Gerd," the father called his son's name. "Let's stop here today. Hurry up and eat something before heading back. There's a beast fight in the grand arena tonight. Bring my little grandson to watch it and have some fun." Hearing his old father calling him, Gerd quickly said, "I'm not tired. You can eat first. Let's collect more today. It's almost time for the little guy to be named. I want to spend money to let the mage in the city give him a good name." After that, the young and hard-working material finder pulled the rope and dragged the boat 2 steps forward. He then picked up a piece of floating vine, shook it twice, squeezed out some salt water, and loaded it into the boat. "It's good stuff." Gerd wiped the salt water off his gloves with a rag. "There are some rushes on the pond. They must have drifted here from the depths of the salt lake. The quality of the vines is also not bad, probably worth half a copper deben." His father scooped a bowl of broth for him, but his eyes were looking in the direction of the salt lake. "The wind is blowing." The old prospector narrowed his eyes and stared at the low-hanging clouds floating in the sky like a large morning veil. "After drinking this bowl of broth, let's turn around and go home." Ged still wanted to argue, but when he saw the serious expression on his father's face, he immediately nodded to show his obedience. The old prospector fumbled about in the cabin of the boat, and soon made a simple boom out of 2 sticks and a piece of canvas. At this time, Gerd had finished drinking the broth. After he put away the bowl, he wanted to extinguish the fire in the small charcoal stove. "Don't extinguish the fire," his father, who was setting up the boom on the boat, said without looking back. "It might be troublesome to ignite the fire when we need it later." Not long after the father and son turned around, the breeze from the salt lake to Taka City turned into a strong wind, and the clouds in the sky turned leaden. Rustling noises could be heard from the sails on the boat. Waves of wind carried the lake water and slapped against the boat's belly. Quickly get on the boat. Seeing the water level of the salt marsh began to rise, the old prospector immediately reminded Gerd, "Use the pole first. If the water level rises again, change to the oars. Pay attention to the direction of the sail. Put in more effort, and we'll be safe when we get back to the breakwater." The so-called breakwater referred to a large section of half-moon-shaped embankment built on the edge of the salt marsh south of Taka City, and reinforced by the magic of the garrison mages every year. In the earliest days, the breakwater was to prevent the salt lake water from pouring into Taka City when it rose. But later, this building also had the function of defending against the invasion of some monsters. With the joint efforts of the strong wind and Gerd, the boat moved forward like a shooting star. In order to make better use of the wind, the old prospector controlled the sails while calling his son to let the boat, which had already floated up, move in a zigzag pattern. The pottery pipe, which was originally used as a reference object, had sunk into the water. Fortunately, the prospector and his son were skilled. The small salt dome that was dug out by the predecessors and piled up could also be used to calibrate the course. At this speed, the old prospector licked his right index finger and raised it vertically above his forehead. The salty wind with the smell of the salt lake blew through his wet finger, bringing a chilly feeling. This was one of his techniques to feel the wind. At most, in half an hourglass, Gerd's sudden roar interrupted his father's words. "There are monsters following us." The prospector's son stood at the stern of the boat and struggled to hold a long pole, as if he wanted to throw the fear far behind him. "Put in more effort. Give me some time to prepare." After that, the old prospector decisively cut a few pieces of cloth from the corner of the sail with his dagger. Then he pulled out a lot of slightly dry vines from the cargo loaded on the boat. He used the broken canvas strips to tie the vines into palm-sized rattan balls. Finally, he found a water skin and a lot of red willow skewers used for barbecuing from the emergency toolbox in the boat. He stretched his hands out of the boat and carefully smeared the black oil in the water skin on the surface of the rattan balls on the red willow skewers. A little black oil dripped from the rattan balls on the red willow skewers. The old prospector held the rattan balls in his hand as if he was holding a barbecued meat skewer. He found a thick piece of rattan and inserted the meat skewers into the rattan balls one by one before putting them aside properly. The old prospector firmly tied the dagger in his hand to another long pole with a beast's tendon rope and made it into a spear. "Let me hold the boat for a while." He took the pole from Gerd's hand and handed the newly made spear to his son. "Quickly rest your arms for a while and recall how I taught you to use a spear." Gerd looked at the monsters that were following the father and son 100 steps away from them. They were some of the scavengers who had been captured by the more terrifying monsters that had appeared in the depths of the Salt Lake in recent years and transformed into aquatic zombies. He would rather die than become such a disgusting existence. "Okay, father, today I still have to take your little grandson to the grand arena to check the watch," Gerd said calmly. "We have weapons in our hands, and those monsters are afraid of fire." Gerd held the spear with one hand and bent his other arm in an arc to relax his previously tense muscles. He alternately used this method to relax his arms. Perhaps he was encouraged by his son's words, or perhaps it was because he missed his only grandson. The old prospector's grim face relaxed a little. However, the veins on his arm that was holding the boat were bulging. Facing the salty lake breeze, he began to sing the ancient song of the salt workers. Chapter 197. And then the desert elf continued to ask, "The wounds on your body do not look like they were caused by the bites and scratches of the aquatic zombies." Gerd was stunned, as if he had not recovered from the great horror that had engulfed Taka City. His voice was like a boat moving forward on the salt marsh. "My father and I used spears and flames to completely kill and incinerate a living corpse. After we were busy for half a day, we were on our way back to Taka City. There was no loss of people or goods. My father was still thinking about going home early so that he could bring his grandson to the grand arena to watch the Battle of the Beasts." Then the strong prospector's voice was a little sobbing. It was the vine monsters, the saltwater colloid monsters, and the monster fish that commanded them. My father, children, wife, and most of the people near the salt factory were slaughtered by them. Only a few people, like me, managed to escape. After Gerd finished speaking, he began to cry. Brock patted the young man on the shoulder and stood in the temporary factory set up by the hired guards at the corner of the street. He frowned and stared at the defensive position set up by the garrison mages and city guards in the distance to compete with the monsters for Taka City. Since yesterday afternoon, a large wave of monsters had suddenly formed in the salt lake outside the city and rushed directly into Taka City. The area around the salt factory in the city was quickly conquered. Except for a few people who fled into the salt factory surrounded by high walls and protected by guards, or fled to other areas of the city, most of the citizens living there were slaughtered. Captain, the member of the diplomatic group who was responsible for recruiting mercenaries, he used to be a reputable caravan guard in Nome, so he spoke in a simple but slightly vulgar manner. The group of little bastards we're looking for are going to buy some things. They said that swords and arrows are not as effective as burning coal and black oil against the monsters that crawl out of the lake. Brock nodded, asked them to send a few people to go, and come back quickly. Judging from the tone of the leader of the guards, he had probably already agreed to his new subordinate's suggestion. But out of respect, he came over to inform him. The desert elves did not have any objections to this, but they vaguely reminded him not to let go of too many people. At this time, Taka City was in chaos, and the threshold of the Mercenary Association had been trampled by merchants who paid for protection. It was inevitable that some people would pay a high price to poach the guards hired by the diplomatic corps to increase their own manpower. "Don't worry, Captain," the captain of the escort replied, trying not to let his emotions affect his tone. "You don't know, but the mercenary guild in Taka City is too formal. I took a look, and I knew that those bastards are good at using swords. They even signed an agreement with the guild. Mercenaries who betray their employers and lose their credibility can't get any business in Taka City." Just as the two of them were talking, a melodious song came from the street outside. After hearing the familiar song, Getter, who was still depressed in the long rafter hall of the Salt Guild, suddenly perked up. The young and strong prospector grabbed his father's self-made spear and dusted the salt crystals on his clothes that he had not changed overnight. He walked to the unsealed window on the second floor and jumped out. The mercenaries of the diplomatic corps did not seem to be surprised, so they did not stop Getter's action. Out of responsibility for his job, the leader of the guards, who caught a glimpse of the scene, quickly asked, "What's going on? Why didn't you stop that guy? It's fine if he's going to die, but what if he's a spy for those monsters?" Most of the hired warriors ignored the roar of the leader of the guards. They turned around and busied themselves with the preparation work at hand. Only a mercenary who looked a little old, the medical officer of the mercenary team, the chronicler, the clerk, and the professional in external communication, explained to his employer, the leader of the guards of the diplomatic corps, and the desert elf Brock, who came to seek fame. "That young man is a prospector. Of course, he can understand the song that has just been heard. It's a song that the salt workers often sing when they work. The surviving workers from yesterday spontaneously took to the streets today, ready to cooperate with the mages of Taka City and the guards to attack the monsters near the salt factory. They just want to take revenge or search for their family and friends who only have a slim chance of survival. The words of the old mercenary made the desert elf nod. The leader of the guards of the diplomatic corps, who was born in the city, was in awe. Before they came to Taka City with the diplomatic corps, they had learned from some businessmen that the people of this city were brave, but they did not expect it to be to this extent. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. There were two main reasons for this. First, the city's environment could be said to be poor. 3 generations of the Emil family had worked hard to build Salt Lake City, and at the same time, they had also created a hard-working and brave urban culture. Second, compared to other cities in Medici, Taka City, which was famous for its salt industry, was much richer. The income of salt workers could ensure adequate nutrition for future generations. Take Ged as an example. There were actually many young and strong laborers in Taka City. Citizens of the city under my rule. With the power of magic, the consul's voice resounded throughout the city. I promise you in the name of the Emil family that we will not let go of any monster that has invaded Taka City. Their sudden appearance yesterday indeed caught us off guard, but we have consolidated our position today and are ready to launch a counterattack. The mages of the garrison are ready. The city guards and the volunteers provided by the Mercenary Association are ready. The free salt workers are also sharpening their swords. We will seek justice from them. We will launch our revenge on those monsters. As Emil read the declaration of war against the monsters from the blocks near the salt factory, a military formation surrounded by gray-robed mages began to attack the monsters' occupied area. The vines that were lying in ambush in the green areas of the blocks bore the brunt of the attack. The mages loudly announced the hiding location of the monsters, and soldiers with catapults would immediately run out from the troops. They would throw coal soaked in black oil at the enemies, while their companions would throw a few lit torches. Some black-robed mages simply did not bother with 2 people. When they saw the vines gathering, they would simply gift them with a fireball. Some of the aquatic zombies that suddenly crawled out of the houses were more difficult to deal with. They were not that difficult to deal with. These mutated zombies were also afraid of fire. It was just that in the face of monsters that used to be their friends and family, but now they had turned into man-eating monsters. Even the most hard-hearted humans found it difficult to deal with them. Something is not right, Ged, who was walking in the troops, muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt as if a basin of boiling water was poured into his head. The young prospector could not help but anxiously shout, "The saltwater colloid monsters yesterday are gone. Everyone, be careful." Yesterday, those monsters that were different from the zombies and vines had left a deep impression on him. Swords, spears, and even fire did not seem to work on the saltwater colloid monsters. When enough of them gathered, they would swarm forward and instantly capture humans, sealing them in the highly concentrated saltwater digestive fluid in their bodies. Chapter 198. Fear could easily turn into hatred. It was a natural and instinctive self-protection reaction. After being attacked by the monsters in the salt lake, all the surviving salt workers took action spontaneously. They followed the army to seek revenge on the murderers who killed their families and friends. Thanks to the spellcasters, the attack by Tuka's side was very smooth. Other than the aquatic zombies that could only be dealt with by the city guards due to emotional reasons, the small fries such as the vine monsters and fish monsters could be dealt with by the militia formed by the strong salt workers. They used the self-controlled spears in their hands, the swords bought from the blacksmith shop, and the lit black oil and red-hot coal. Often, a dozen of them could deal fatal damage to the monsters. Of course, the monsters were not powerless to fight back. Many of the militia who rashly left the group were ambushed by the monsters. In fact, both the vine monsters and the fish monsters were too dangerous for ordinary humans. The devilfish monsters had heads that resembled broadmouths and bulging muscles, and were extremely agile. If they didn't use pole-like weapons to defend against their surprise attacks, they would charge into the formation and cause a large number of casualties with their claws and bites. Although the vine monsters, known as shamblers, were not as fast as the fish monsters, once they got close to their opponents, they would immediately be violently whipped by their thick vines. What was worse was being tied up by the vines on their bodies. Although the vine monsters looked like piles of rotten vegetables, they were actually intelligent carnivorous plants. When they tied up and tightened their prey, the thorns on the vines would inject digestive enzymes into the prey's body. The only thing that could effectively hurt them was fire. But even if the brain and sensory organs on the vine monsters' heads were burned to death, the main stem hidden inside their thick bodies could still give birth to new vine monsters. Fortunately, humans knew how to learn from their mistakes and could effectively share their experience in the face of a common enemy. The militia formed by the salt factory workers gradually abandoned their swords and began to learn how to use spears to fight against the enemy. The strong ones carried coal and black oil on their backs, while the good throwers threw coal dipped in black oil and lit short torches. Amir, who seemed to have aged a lot overnight, walked down the stairs of the consul's mansion in Taka City. He walked into the underground tomb, where his ancestors were buried with the company of his family's consecrated mages. The entrance to the mausoleum was guarded by a few of Emil's grown-up sons with swords in hand. There were even more family warriors guarding the entire mansion. "I'm ready, master." Looking at the other two emirs, the stone coffins of his ancestors, the old emir spoke with a firm tone, "Let me take a look at the situation of the battle." The candles on the walls emitted smoke, and the damp air made the smell of burning incense thicker than usual. The light in the mausoleum was also dimmer than he remembered. Hearing the master's request, the old mage nodded his head. He took out a few pink salt crystals that were polished into a hexahedron from his sleeve and threw them into the copper basin, filled with clear water. Old Amir took off his shirt and dipped his palm into the copper basin. He scooped up a handful of salty water to wipe his face and chest. The mage chanted an incantation and began to walk clockwise around the consul, who was kneeling on the ground. From time to time, he would sprinkle some colored spices on the consul's body. The spell took effect. The consul of Taka City entered a state of spirit vision by smearing the water with pink salt crystals with runes on it. It was a special prophecy spell that allowed the target to see a certain part of the future. Old Amir's eyes began to emit a pale blue light. The air he breathed turned into pale pink smoke. He felt like he was squeezed out of a ball of viscous liquid. He hesitated for a moment before turning his head to look. He was shocked. In his astral vision, the jelly-like saltwater colloid monsters were neatly stacked together. They were tightly attached to the wall of a tall ring-shaped building. It was the Grand Colosseum. He immediately realized something. He instinctively wanted to send out the signal he had agreed on with the consecrated mage, so that the mage could pull him back to reality. But at that moment, a low murmur entered old Amir's ears. "I don't expect you to really understand how the liquid that can flow into the blood vessels has magical powers that can make people lose their minds and will, but I can teach you how to confuse people's minds, imprison people's senses, or improve reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death." Although old Amir sensed the malice in the unfamiliar voice, he still wanted to learn more while he was in the state of spirit vision. He asked with a trembling voice, "Who are you? Human?" No. The owner of the voice interrupted Old Amir's question with a series of negations. Mortal, don't use your pitiful knowledge to guess my existence. I'm older than the ancient, even older than the so-called gods. As if to accompany the deafening roar, a grayish-green cloud of mucus rose from the center of the grand arena. Even though Old Amir knew that he was in the state of spirit vision, he was still frightened, for tentacles stretched out from the huge mucus cloud and peeled off the mucus on the surface to reveal the strange fish hidden inside. It had a pink abdomen, a large horizontal mouth, and 7 pairs of pulsating blue-black special organs that constantly secreted mucus. These were its gills, which could be used to breathe, smell, speak, and secrete mucus to the surrounding area to cover its body. The monster that appeared in Old Amir's spirit vision was the mastermind behind the monsters that invaded Taka City. It was a demonic fish that had been left behind since the ancient times. When it was not eating, the demonic fish's closed mouth looked like a pale crease, which also looked like the strange smile on the monster's face. Choose to serve me, and you will be able to obtain my knowledge and power. The 3 red oval-shaped eyes on its head shone with a dangerous gleam. The demonic fish used its gills to vibrate the mucus and spoke. Otherwise, you and your city will be destroyed. As expected, although the consul of Taka City did not know what the monster was, he had come up with a countermeasure. He asked in a seemingly respectful manner, "May I know what kind of great being you are?" At the same time, he secretly made a hand gesture to ask for help from the family's consecrated mage, who was not in the state of spirit vision. The family's consecrated mage, who had been paying close attention to the progress of the spell, immediately responded. The spell to counter spirit vision was quickly chanted by the mage, and a bottle of special incense was placed under Old Amir's nostrils. In the blink of an eye, the illusion formed by the spell began to shatter. Old Amir spun into a shadow and entered the ancestral tomb in the consul's mansion in the illusion. Chapter 199. Master, the Archon let out a pitiful growl. The suffocating feeling made him involuntarily clutch his throat. His skin, exposed to the air, turned red as if he had been scalded. The knowledgeable mage immediately took action. The family's consecrator recognized the curse on his master. He summoned a cloud of clear water out of thin air and wrapped Emil in it. "Breathe the water into your lungs with your nose." The mage shouted through the water and instructed the Archon in a concise manner. "You are now cursed. You can only breathe and move in the water for the time being." Emil's adult sons rushed in after receiving the summons. After listening to the mage's instructions, they quickly sent their attendants to find the largest bathtub in the mansion. The cursed Archon was able to breathe, but he still could not control his voice in the water. Strange fish wrapped in mucus, and glug 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 monster. As Emil narrated in the water with a gurgling sound, he roughly described what he saw with his spirit vision. The consecrator's face turned gloomy as he listened. The mage had guessed the culprit from what happened to the Archon, but there was no way to deal with such a powerful demonic fish. To be able to interfere with the prophecy spell and cast the curse on the Archon through telepathy, this demonic fish probably had a very high level of psychic ability. At Emil's request, the family consecrator immediately began to contact the garrison mages of Taka City to share the information with them. At the same time, some attendants were also sent out to inform the Grand Arena to prepare for the surprise attack of the colloid monster. Not good. One of Emil's sons ran in from outside the family mausoleum. He had just received a shocking news from an attendant who had just returned. A large number of saltwater colloid monsters have crawled out of the water pipes connected to the salt factory. They have successfully occupied the Grand Arena. A large number of slave gladiators there are forced to participate in the battle with the new monsters. Amir, who was soaking in the water, closed his eyes in pain. Just like him, a gladiator in the Taka City arena also felt powerless in front of the monster that was attacking him. After the three ogre brothers, who had dominated the grand arena for many years, left, Crying Eyes became the new gladiator star. Due to his family's hereditary bestiality, he could transform between human and half-human, half-beast at will, or directly transform into a ferocious iron-eating beast. Although, in the eyes of many people, the slave gladiators had to fight hard every day and lived a miserable life, Crying Eye enjoyed it. Through fighting, he could release the nature of the beast in his body to his heart's content in case he accumulated too much and completely lost control one day and turned into an even more pathetic beast. Not to mention, as a gladiator star, he could eat barbecue and drink malt beer in addition to fighting and training every day. Until yesterday, the originally scheduled night battle was temporarily canceled because monsters invaded Taka City. After playing with discus in the room for a while, Crying Eyes drank wine out of boredom. Originally, he imagined that he could drink soup served by the management of the Grand Arena in the morning with a hangover. But who would have thought that what woke him up was the horrified screams of the management? A large number of colloid monsters poured out of the drinking water tank and crazily attacked every creature they encountered. The guards originally wanted to use torches to repel them, but they did not expect that the saltwater colloid monsters had reinforcements. A crustacean monster with 2 pairs of arthropods and a pair of large pincers broke out of the ground in the center of the grand arena. There were many tentacles under their mouth parts, and they constantly rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound. This was the armored ambush monsters using vibration to command the colloid monsters' actions. This amphibious creature created by the demonic fish could also communicate with its own kind in this way. Under the command of the armored ambush monsters, the saltwater colloid monsters rushed around, either clinging to the walls of the grand arena, stacking up in layers of scales, or spreading on the yellow sand field of the grand arena as the bottom layer. The gurgling salt spring emerged from the tunnel dug by the armored ambush monsters and began to fill the ring-shaped grand arena. At this time, it had become the bottom of the giant bowl, and the hungry armored ambush monsters began their hunt. Those guys are really hungry. When Crying Eyes knocked out a monster with a wooden bucket dripping with brown malt juice, he had just put on his beloved iron claws and walked out of the room when he saw a shocking scene. After several armored ambush monsters killed a slave gladiator, they enjoyed a feast on the spot. They dismembered the dead prey with their strong chelicerae, breaking it into small pieces and quickly swallowing it, except for the brain, which was a highly toxic substance for the armored ambush monsters. They would not waste any food. Even the skull would be gnawed to nothing. Crying Eyes swallowed his saliva and endured the discomfort in his stomach. He carefully took off the iron claws and picked up the iron double-headed spear in his room that he had not used for a long time. This was indeed a wise move. The iron claws could make the audience feel a strong sense of appreciation when dealing with flesh and blood opponents. But when facing the armored ambush monsters covered in carapace, the double-headed spear was more practical. Waving the weapon in his hand, the gladiator in the grand arena roared and transformed into his second form of an iron-eating beast with the upper body and the lower body of a human. He rushed into the corridor where the monsters gathered. Flick, kick, stab, push, and chop. The double-headed spear combined the martial arts techniques of the Desert Wind sect passed down in his family, and it brought with it waves of blazing flames that attacked any monster that blocked his path. Every time he swung the double-headed spear, the tip of the double-headed spear could bypass the big pincers and accurately nail into the skull of the armored ambush monsters. One had to admit that Crying Eyes was indeed a gladiator, with the combination of strength, agility, and martial arts skills, he was able to kill the monsters on the entire floor by himself. When he rushed to the door of the gladiator's residence, he did not forget to smash open the door of the dormitory of some other ordinary slave gladiators. He let out his former opponents or teammates so that they could take up their weapons and fight against the endless stream of armored ambush monsters. However, other than gladiator stars like Crying Eyes, the ordinary slave gladiators did not have decent weapons and armor. They could only use the wooden sticks and leather shields that they usually used for training and charged at the monsters with courage. They wanted to rush out of the grand arena, but the walls, doors, and even the cracks of the building had long been blocked by the saltwater colloid monsters with their bodies. Some of the managers of the grand arena had also wanted to escape, but without exception, they were all captured by the almost completely transparent monsters and swallowed into their bodies. Moreover, the saltwater colloid monsters that were piled together seemed to have a much stronger digestive ability. Their bodily fluids and nutrients were constantly seeping into each other. Often, when a colloid monster successfully hunted its prey, it meant that a large number of its kind nearby could get a share of the food. Only a lot of bones, armor, and weapons were left undigested. Some gladiators were unwilling to sit still and wait for death. They found many long pole weapons and tried to pry open the saltwater colloid monsters attached to the door. However, those weapons were eventually swept away by the monster's pseudo-legs. Sniveling Eyes also tried his hand. He used the martial arts of the Desert Wind sect to ignite his double-headed spear with karmic red lotus fire. Although he managed to kill a few colloid monsters, more colloid monsters came to replace him. His previous efforts were in vain. In desperation, the gladiators led by Crying Eyes had no choice but to turn around and attack the armored ambush monsters that had gathered around them. They were making a final attempt to kill their way out of the monsters' encirclement and into the audience seats. Firstly, if they succeeded, they might be able to climb over the wall at the highest point of the audience seats. At that time, they could find a way to climb down and escape into Taka City. Secondly, the water in the grand arena was already knee-deep. Except for a few Merrow Mermaid warriors, the other gladiators could not fight normally in such a situation. At this time, they were close to the end of the road. The stair-shaped audience seats were filled with a large number of monsters. More and more armored ambush monsters, vine monsters, and fish monsters emerged from the underground tunnel and poured into the grand arena along with the salty lake water. The size of the gladiators' team was gradually shrinking. If they were not careful, someone would be dragged into the group of monsters and be eaten. Crying Eyes ran back and forth on the wet steps, trying to help his companions who were about to exhaust their strength. Although he wanted to ignore the life and death of others, his rationality told him that there was no way he could escape with his own strength. He needed the support of a team, the blue blood of the armored ambush monsters and the red blood of the fish monsters stained, Crying Face's white chest. His breastplate and vambraces had been torn apart by the monsters. Even if he did not suffer any fatal injuries, the many scratches on his body were still constantly draining his strength. The dancing double-headed spear was still deadly, but despair gradually emerged in the eyes of those who wielded it. Crying Eyes was not paying attention, and the double-headed spear in his hand was clamped by a slightly larger armored ambush monster. With its chelicerae under the monster's strength, the weapon made of wrought iron broke. And because the iron-eating beast warrior wanted to take back his weapon, he suddenly lost his balance and fell on the slippery steps. For a moment, several monsters pounced on Crying Face at the same time. For him, time seemed to have slowed down a lot in an instant, but the pain that he imagined did not appear. Crying Face, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes, and a young man's face appeared in front of him. "Today is your lucky day." Keys looked at the gladiator who had dark round ears, 2 dark circles under his eyes, black fur on his arms, and a white upper body. He then said with a smile, "Pandaren." Chapter 200. After all, like other worlds, the Ash world was also a face world. It was because of his appearance as an Iron Eater that Crying Face was saved by Keys and escaped with his life. However, before the gladiator could ask what the Pandaren that Keys mentioned was, a shocking figure appeared in his vision. A certain senior in his memory, the ogre Neru, had appeared in the grand arena again. The puddles reached the waist of an ordinary person, but they barely reached the heel of the ogre. He didn't even need to use the ebony chain in his hand. He could crush the besieging monsters to death just by stepping on them with his heavy combat boots. It wasn't easy for him to find an opportunity to fight again. Moreover, he was revisiting his old haunts, so Neru was full of energy. However, the monsters that bore the brunt of his attack were unlucky. The ogre kept swinging his ebony chain, enjoying the pleasure of exploding. Every time he struck, he could clear a large area of empty space. Although the monsters gathered around him fearlessly, the ogre Neru was focused on his work and never tired of it. "Neru, catch 2 of them alive." "No, catch a few more," shouted Brew, who had teleported over from the Leviathan with his brothers. The gourmet was very interested in the armored monsters that could bleed blue blood. "I brought a big pot on the Leviathan. I want to try using it to make blue blood sausage and steam cuisine." Hearing Brew's shout, Neru grinned and said, as expected of Brew, "You always have new ideas." After saying that, he turned his wrist, and the ebony chain from the chained demon caught a plump armored monster like an octopus. With a shake of his hand, the armored monster was thrown to the rear. The pitiful armored monster was stepped on by Brew. The harpoon was sent flying, and the tendons between its chelicerae and arthropods were quickly cut off. The tentacles under its mouth were also pulled out by the ogre. "Maybe we can make a sashimi first." Tearing off one of the armored monster's limbs, the gourmet tasted the white meat inside. He could not help but think of the several food processing methods that Keys mentioned before. Or we can also use wine to process it. Pow! The witch doctor, Paulu, who was the last to arrive, knocked Brew's head with his troll's skull cane. "How many times have I told you not to eat it raw? Drink some medicine first so that you won't have a stomachache later." Seeing the 3 ogre brothers, who had once dominated the grand arena, reappear, one of the surviving gladiators cheered. Compared to Keys and Johnson, who looked much thinner, the former gladiator stars were obviously much more reassuring. With the support of the spectators, Nalu, who was still maneuvering among the monsters, instantly pushed the battle passion to the peak. First, he swept out with his ebony thorn chain and whipped the monsters around him away. After freeing up his hands, he took out the newly completed steam repeating crossbow from his dimensional backpack with the help of Snade, the half-lich. He twisted the safety on the steam booster device, and the valve of the small steam furnace immediately made a whining sound. The boiling steam pushed the internal mechanism, and the metal parts quickly twisted together. Although the steam repeating crossbow in his hand was like a small crossbow, the length of the crossbow was actually comparable to the height of a normal person. Nalu raised one arm, and a cruel light flashed in his eyes. Zung! 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 After pulling the trigger, the crossbow bolts were pushed by the bowstring and the steam ejector device, and they pierced through the air with a shrill sound. With the help of a simple mechanical sight and superb eyesight, even if Nalu could not hit the target every time, he rarely missed the target. It had to be admitted that in terms of talent in using shooting weapons, this ogre, who was determined to become a blacksmith and a weapons master, was much better than some of the guys who were body tracing masters. facing the dense number of armored ambush monsters, fish monsters, and saltwater colloid monsters, the whaling monster, which had been taken out by the young blue dragon to practice shooting, was suddenly put aside by its owner. In addition to shooting accuracy, the design concept of the steam-repeating crossbow also vividly displayed Nalu's talent. As a weapon used to deal with groups of enemies, not only did it have a shooting speed far surpassing other similar weapons in the Ash world, but the crossbow bolts were also quite exquisite. The sharp triangular arrowheads were made of fine iron, and the shaft was made of a tough iron bamboo. 60 bolts filled a drum, and 10 bolts formed a set. The first 9 bolts in each set were filled with refined, light black oil, and the last bolt was filled with explosives and a firing device. The strength of the bolts could not only penetrate the carapace of the armored ambush monsters, but after the shaft shattered, the light black oil inside would also flow out and spread to the surface of the puddles on the ground. Every once in a while, when the explosive bolts exploded on the monsters, they would also ignite the nearby victims who were stained with black oil. Nalu kept pulling the trigger and emptied an entire drum. For a moment, the flames were raging in the fan-shaped shooting area. Even if the aquatic monsters were not shot to death, they were forced to retreat by the flames. About 1/5 of the grand arena was cleared in an instant. It was worth mentioning that when shooting at the monsters, Nalu deliberately chose a direction close to the gate, considerately leaving a safe passage for the surviving gladiators. Moreover, the last set of bolts in the drum were all fired at the layers of saltwater colloid monsters that were attached to the gate. The flames and explosions directly chiseled a hole in the thick iron gate of the grand arena. After doing all this, he waved at the audience, who were watching in a daze in the stands at this time. Those who did not buy tickets, Nalu pointed at the hole in the gate where puddles of water were flowing out. "Have a safe trip. I won't be sending you off." The shrewd, crying face immediately took action. He first bowed to the senior, who was standing in the arena with a crossbow. Then he immediately called for his companions to evacuate in an organized manner. But at this moment, Keys, who was also standing in the stands and watching the good show, suddenly jumped up. The sacred samurai Jensen, who also felt that something was wrong, also pulled out his forged steel horse-slaying sword and stopped the gladiators from leaving the audience seats. Like the sound of a drum soaked in water suddenly being hit, a muffled bang suddenly came from the grand arena. The underground holes that the monsters had dug through arched upward, shattered, and erupted at the same time. A large mass of grayish-green mucus gushed out from the ground, instantly dyeing the puddles on the ground light green. A large amount of salt lake water followed closely behind, gushing out from the huge holes that connected together. A wave that was as high as a 2-story building formed in the center of the grand arena. All kinds of aquatic monsters were also pushed in all directions by the sudden building of the wave. The brawny ogre standing in the arena reacted quickly. The moment the wave formed, he jumped back with all his might, so he was not drowned by the wave. Instead, he landed in the audience seats that were higher up. Chapter 201. The foul smell came from the puddles of water in the arena that were gradually dyed grayish-green. Except for Keys and his companions, the surviving gladiators all had stomach acid because of their weak physique. Be careful, this is a powerful demonic fish. The young blue dragon, floating in the air, reminded them. Even though he did not see the monster's figure in the slime, he recognized the ancient creature at first glance. As for the word powerful, it was entirely because of the horrible stench of the grayish-green slime. Generally speaking, ordinary people would not vomit if they did not drink the water polluted by the demonic fish. But at this time, just the smell of the polluted water was unbearable for ordinary people. coupled with the astonishing size of the slime, it was enough to show that this demonic fish had lived for a long time. And like the megalosaurus, this monster's strength would gradually increase as it grew older. Ignorant mortals! The grayish-green slime rolled, and 4 huge tentacles peeled off the surface of the slime. The ugly fish face was exposed, and the 3 oval-shaped eyeballs flashed with scarlet light. "Oh, there's a young megalosaurus. You are—" Its words were interrupted by a bolt of thunder from Keys. "Young blue dragon." The demonic fish that was struck by the lightning roared angrily from its gills. "You're looking for death." Villains often died because they talked too much, but this demonic fish clearly did not have such an awareness. In fact, it was not its fault. As the overlord of the sea in a different world, this strange fish was somewhat confident in its own strength. The origin of the demonic fish race had long been lost in history, and there was no way to verify it. However, any intelligent life that had a deep understanding of the multiverse would agree with the monster's statement that we are older than the gods. In fact, before most of the gods were born, the demonic fish lived in the primordial oceans and underground lakes. They extended their minds outward through their psionic powers, robbing and controlling all kinds of emerging intelligent life in the mortal world, turning these creatures into their own slaves. This kind of rule made the demonic fish race superior to other races, and their status was comparable to the gods. Every demonic fish had perfect memories, and they passed down their knowledge generation after generation. Even if a mortal was lucky enough to defeat a demonic fish, as long as it was not completely dead, the power that could weaken it would be completely engraved in their mind. Due to the memories that had been passed down for generations, it was very difficult for any creature to devise a scheme against the demonic fish. Not only that, but in order to conquer the land, they also modified the armored monsters, an amphibious slave species with great adaptability. They used them as their trusted aides and pawns to participate in the plundering of the land world. The main targets of this kind of plunder were all kinds of creatures that had adapted to living on land. The mucus secreted from the gill openings of the demonic fish had an extremely strong curse power. As long as any creature came into contact with it, there was a certain probability that they would be affected and become aquatic creatures that could only breathe in water. Then, they would be enslaved by the demonic fish and become the backbone of the demonic fish's invasion of the land. This demonic fish had lived in the salt lake for several years and had already figured out the ins and outs of Taka City. The main purpose of this attack was to occupy the grand arena where there were many elite gladiators of the land races. In the past 2 years, the aquatic monsters that were collected and bred in the salt lake were not only the main force of the military offensive operation, but also the tools to eliminate the gladiators that the demonic fish had coveted for a long time. However, it did not expect Keys and the others to appear in the end and beat the monster army to the brink of collapse. This caused the demonic fish to appear in advance. With the true knowing vision, it discovered Keys's identity as a megalosaurus. If we can capture and modify a young megalosaurus, even if this operation fails, the harvest will be far beyond our expectations. The demonic fish thought to itself. Every demonic fish is a rich database. It's best if we can capture it so that we can obtain its precious knowledge. The young blue dragon was also scheming in his heart. I remember Keys also talked about a dish, stinky mandarin fish. It should be cooked like this. Blue the ogre opened the food box and took out the cooking guide for ogres that he had written. With the size of this fish, I guess we'll have to replace the steam repeating crossbow with heavy explosive arrows. Nalu scratched his head and said to the paladin Jensen, who was standing beside him, and Paulu, who was filling the troll's skull with what our protagonist called Hwasiang morality potion, with a serious expression. All in all, other than the fearful gladiators led by Crying Face, everybody on the spot had their own plans. The first to attack was the demonic fish that had been electrocuted. Its 4 tentacles swayed quickly, and the two forces of magic and psionic energy worked separately. Without the need for materials and incantations, this monster mastered extremely primitive but effective elemental magic. Since its opponent was a blue dragon, although its true knowing vision could see Keys's transformation, it could not completely see Key's true form. Therefore, the demonic fish chose to use electric immunity to temporarily prevent itself from being electrocuted. Psionic power came from the heart, and it could be used at will. For such a monster, using psionic power was more like an instinct. A swift and hidden psionic blast instantly attacked the young blue dragon. According to the knowledge in the demonic fish's brain, a young megalosaurus like Keys would not be able to resist its psionic attack. He would suddenly hold his head that was in great pain, first transform into a real dragon while howling, and then there was no then. The young blue dragon only frowned after being attacked by the psionic blast. The demonic fish clearly felt that its psionic power was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. What was more shocking was yet to come. Keys did not have any random hobbies. Passively taking a beating was never his choice. Following the line of thought constructed by the demonic fish, the young blue dragon also used its psionic power to send back a psionic blast that contained even more powerful psionic energy. The grayish-green mucus cloud kept rolling due to the twitching of the monster inside. The 3 oval-shaped eyeballs above the demonic fish's head all swelled up in an instant, breaking its eyelids and bleeding all over its face. It let out an ear-piercing scream from its gills, and all the aquatic monsters under its control started to move. The saltwater colloid monster quickly built the first protective wall between Keys and the demonic fish. The armored monsters all drilled into the mucus cloud, using their own carapaces to protect their injured master. The demonic fish monsters all became bloodshot and rushed towards the young blue dragon while screaming. This was just the beginning. After a setback, first show weakness to the enemy, then consider using professional knowledge to defend and counterattack. The demonic fish's ancestral memory allowed it to make the most effective move at this moment. Dragon immobilization spell. Chapter 202. The demonic fish's carefully prepared counterattack was effective, just as it had expected. The huge gap between its psionic ability and the young blue dragon's psionic ability suddenly collapsed, and the young blue dragon was nailed to the ground by the dragon-type immobilization spell. What a different young blue dragon, the demonic fish thought to itself. If it had not learned this skill from a certain priest who liked to slay dragons, it would have been the one to die. But it's just right to be transformed into the perfect fighter on land and in the sky. It used its tentacles to push aside the armored monsters in front of it that blocked its view. According to the priest's memory, the spell passed down from the deity that the demonic fish hated could last for at least 1/6 of an hourglass, so it had time to admire its work. With a loud boom, the 3 egg-shaped eyeballs on its head were blasted into pieces by a super-large crossbow bolt embedded with a large amount of explosives. Sitting in the audience seat, Nero the ogre was not content to just be a spectator. When Keys started to fight with the demonic fish, the weapon master had already assembled a new weapon that he had never tested before. A stand with 3 claws was wedged into the flat platform to create a stable launching platform. A crossbow that was huge even in the hands of an ogre was placed on the stand and fastened firmly with hinges and bolts. With the help of a steam pressurizing device, the bowstring made of 3 strands of steel wire was slowly pulled open by Nero to the point where it could be fired. When he realized that Keys was in a disadvantageous position in a head-on battle, Nero immediately aimed at the target with his scope and smashed the trigger button. propelled by both the bowstring and the steam, the large bolt with a tail was shot straight at the monster's head. The streamlined body of the arrow allowed the weapon to fly smoothly and quietly. The demonic fish did not even hear the sound of the arrow piercing through the air before its head exploded. If it wasn't for the defensive force field spell at the last moment, the demonic fish wouldn't have just been blinded by the arrow fragments after the explosion. Perhaps its entire head would have been pierced through by the crossbow arrow. The pain came later than expected, due to the enormous kinetic energy of the arrow. Even with the force field spell as a buffer, the impact was no less than a battering ram hitting the demonic fish's head. Therefore, the first thing it felt was the dizziness caused by the concussion, followed by the intense pain caused by the explosion of its eyeballs. Kill them! The demonic fish that was completely blind let out a strange sound again. It ordered its underlings to take action. Go and corrupt that megalosaurus. The first order was easy to understand and was immediately carried out by the monsters. It was as if they had forgotten the pain caused by the terrifying ogre not long ago. They swarmed towards the ogre again. But the second order was obviously much more complicated than the first. Only a few of the demonic fish's followers, the first batch of high-level armored monsters hatched in the Ash world, could fully understand it. The high-level armored monsters had a larger body and sharper brain, nerves, than their offspring. It was precisely because of this that they felt more pain when carrying out the orders of their masters. But orders were orders, and they had to be carried out. Dozens of high-level armored monsters that had been hiding fell out of the mucus cloud. They used their large pincers to peel off the shells of the demonic fish that had been soaked in the mucus secreted by the demonic fish. At the same time, they let out ear-piercing screams because their companions were tearing them apart. Once these shells were peeled off, the high-level armored monsters would dip their bodies in blue blood and draw strange runes on the surface. The large amount of mucus adhered to the shells made it easy for them to stick them into a huge dice cup. Because it had lost its eyes, the demonic fish could only bow down and let the slaves work together to move the prop used to corrupt the young blue dragon and put it in its tentacles. Show me the position. Although the demonic fish had used its psionic power to cut off its sense of pain, it still had to endure the pain of dizziness. It tried its best to send out a clear order. When the corruption ritual is activated, you have to guard me carefully. The group of high-level armored beasts tapped their pincers twice, using this method to express their obedience and affirmation. Their blind master, on the other hand, wrapped the dice cup made of shells with his tentacles and raised it to cover the young blue dragon. It sounded complicated, but in fact, this series of actions happened in a very short period of time. Even Key's companions did not have time to react. The cunning demonic fish had completed a comprehensive plan. Damn it! Seeing the monster that it had just injured raise the dice cup, the brawny ogre hurriedly fired the giant crossbow for the second time. Unfortunately, the demonic fish, which had suffered a great loss, was prepared. The force field that it spread out caused the giant crossbow to lose its aim. Keys is in danger. We have to do something quickly. Gourmet Brew did not have the mood to play with the half-dead armored monsters. He immediately turned into a gaseous state and flew up to the sky to support the young blue dragon, which Dr. Paru waved the troll's skull and spread a large amount of thick acid fog to cover the monsters that were rushing toward them. After being teleported into the grand arena, Paladin Jensen, who had not had a sense of presence, also raised his round shield and poured a large amount of sacred power into it. He was going to use his special skill, Shield Bash, Evil Slashing Slash, to save his employer. Gel Evolution Technique. The advantage of having 4 tentacles was that when one tentacle was used, the other 3 could be used. other than the one that had rolled up the sieve of decay and aimed at Keys. The other 3 tentacles of the demonic fish reached out and touched the bodies of the 3 saltwater colloid monsters that were under its control. Under the influence of the spell, the saltwater colloid monsters that were touched produced a large amount of gel in their bodies. They instinctively attracted their own kind to fuse into their bodies. 1, 2, 3. The saltwater colloid monsters that were originally piled up together fused with each other. In a few breaths, they expanded and evolved into a new type of gel monster. These monsters looked somewhat like large water elementals, but their bodies flowed with highly corrosive acidic gel. They were no longer boxy, like the saltwater colloid monsters. Their faces had also become similar to facial features. In the face of these monsters, the attacks of Paladin Jensen and Ogre Neru did not have the desired effect. Shield Bash. Evil slashing slash futilely pierced through the opponent's body. After losing a large amount of kinetic energy, it fell into the puddles on the ground and turned into a shield that shone with sacred power. Although the heavy crossbow caused an explosion and blew the gel monster into several pieces, each piece of the gel monster spontaneously attracted its own kind nearby and turned into a monster that was only slightly smaller in size. Although the demonic fish could not see, there was a savage smile on its face. Chapter 203. Unlike the demonic fish that was laughing heartily, the monsters that served it were attracted by the strange phenomenon in the sky. The sun that was shining on the ground was covered by dark clouds that came out of nowhere. The environment in the grand arena became a little gloomy because of the dim light. Of course, gloomy was only for the monsters. When Key's friends saw the Leviathan descending from the sky to support them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I was careless and got hit. The young blue dragon, who had spent a lot of effort to break free from the dragon-type spell's effect, twisted his stiff neck and looked at the demonic fish that had just cast a spell on him. Then he whispered to himself, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." He stretched out both arms and waved them down at the same time. The 2 flagella on the Leviathan that was hovering at a low altitude quickly transformed into 2 thick tentacles. According to Keys's command, the 2 tentacles quickly swept towards the monsters in the grand arena. Seeing this, the gelatinous monsters that wanted to attack the audience immediately changed their direction. They moved towards the tentacles of the Leviathan while absorbing more saltwater gelatinous monsters to increase their weight. The spell of the demonic fish had made them undergo a comprehensive physiological evolution. The gelatinous monsters that had a certain level of intelligence wanted to use the growth of their body to delay the attack of the Leviathan, so that their master could think of a countermeasure to delay the attack of the Leviathan. But how could Keys let them do as they wished? He chanted a short spell in Draconic and pointed his finger at the gelatinous monsters that were trying to grab the tentacles of the Leviathan. The young blue dragon summoned a large number of earth elements and poured them into the body of the gelatinous monsters without hesitation. Not long after, the bodies of the monsters that were transformed by the demonic fish were filled with heavy earth elements. Their bodies turned from colorless and transparent to dark brown, mud to stone. The young blue dragon once again cast a new spell. The mud in the body of the gelatinous monsters quickly solidified and turned into sandy rocks. Dozens of gelatinous monster sculptures of various sizes appeared in the grand arena. In fact, the mud-to-stone spell instinctively turned the mud into hard granite, but Keys had changed a few nodes in the spell structure, turning it into a softer sandstone. Bang, 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 bang. Under the sweep of the Leviathan's thick tentacles, the gelatinous monsters that had turned into sculptures were smashed into pieces one after another. As their bodies were no longer made of gel, this kind of damage naturally could not be avoided by assimilation and recombination. The monsters that had just been created were defeated one by one. If the demonic fish did not react to such a change, they would not be known for their cunning. Although it could not immediately heal its eyes, it could still use its psionic power, part of its sensory organs, to see the surroundings. In particular, the floating behemoth that appeared above his head was especially shocking. What kind of monster is this? The young blue dragon did not have the obligation to answer its question. In fact, after defeating the gelatinous monsters, Keyes ordered the Leviathan to extend its deadly tentacles to the leader of the monsters. The tentacles swung and hit the deflected force field, making a sound like leather being beaten. But the demonic fish that was protected by spells and mucus clouds did not suffer any damage this time. Keyes frowned. The Leviathan sent a message to him through the spiritual link. "Master, the strange fish is trying to use its ability to enslave me." As expected, the monster was always used to using its natural ability. But the brain of the Leviathan was similar to the distributed layout of an insect. There were many subbrains in the body, which made the demonic fish's enslavement method ineffective. Let the kobolds put organic matter into the furnace. Keyes was a little tired of the repeated back and forth. He ordered the Leviathan to make the final attack. Fuel cells start charging. Prepare for electric shock. Black oil, mixed with a certain proportion of coal and starch, was thrown into the stomach of the Leviathan by the kobold pilots. The biological furnace started to work. The produced hydrogen was sent into the fuel cell-like organ in the body of the behemoth. Electricity began to accumulate. Spikes with a metallic glow grew from the tip of the Leviathan's tentacles. Flashing electric arcs lingered on the spikes. Seeing this, the demonic fish quickly set up a protective force field around itself. At the same time, it cast a spell to make itself immune to electric shock. After charging, the Leviathan plunged 2 of its tentacles into the puddles in the grand arena. Except for the demonic fish that took good care of itself, the other monsters under its command were all convulsing because of the electric shock. The voltage of more than 1,000,000 volts easily penetrated the salty puddles. Even the armored monsters wrapped in chitin carapace were not spared. A large number of monsters fell into the puddles before they could even struggle. "Young blue dragon, electric shock does not work on me." That being said, the demonic fish still used its psionic ability to wrap the cloud of mucus and pull itself out of the water. "I have seen through your stupid plan, and I will eventually win. Cunning guy." Keyes could not help but complain. The demonic fish was wasting its saliva talking nonsense on the surface, but in fact, its words were mixed with an obscure spell. It wanted to repeat the same trick and launch a surprise attack on the young blue dragon with the dragon-type immobilization spell. But Keyes was obviously prepared. Before the other party's spell was formed, he used advanced dispel magic to break it. At the same time, he made a quick retreat gesture to his companions with his hands behind his back. The first to receive the signal was the ogre blue. In order to rescue Keyes, he turned into a gaseous body and floated near the young blue dragon. Seeing Keyes' gesture, the astute ogre immediately flew out of the grand arena while shouting to his 2 brothers and the paladin Jensen in secret language. "Retreat! It seems that your companions have abandoned you." The demonic fish noticed the people in the audience seats and saw them climb over the highest wall of the grand arena, climbing down and quickly evacuating outside. Surrender or be destroyed. You have to make a choice now. He really couldn't figure out the current situation. After hearing these words, the young blue dragon even began to doubt the knowledge related to the demonic fish race has very high IQ in the dragon inheritance. In fact, the high IQ of this monster was just a reflection of the perfect memory passed down from generation to generation. If there was a situation that they had never encountered before, compared to other races, the demonic fish were not necessarily that smart. After his companions had evacuated, Keyes, who could not wait, immediately ordered the Leviathan to climb quickly before the floating behemoth flew away. It also discharged the excess hydrogen in its body through its tentacles. Clasping his hands together and using the force field ability inherited from the power dragon, Keyes compressed the hydrogen, oxygen, and the hydrogen discharged by the Leviathan into a suitable ratio and stored them around the cloud of the demonic fish's mucus. The monster also felt the tremendous force field pressure. While using its own force field spell to resist, it tried to float up into the air to break free. With its poor knowledge of chemistry, it still did not realize where the real danger was. A fireball was lightly thrown over by Quess. The mixture of hydrogen and oxygen that was close to a ratio of 2:1 instantly exploded, and the dazzling flames soared into the sky along the pillar formed by the force field walls. Chapter 204. The skin of the demonic fish was actually a kind of thick membrane-like tissue with multiple layers. It was too dense to be called mucus, and it was too soft to be called skin. This kind of membrane tissue was similar to percolating rubber. It had amazing elasticity and ductility, far tougher than the skin of ordinary creatures. It was very difficult to cut and penetrate. When it was filled and supported by the bones of the demonic fish, it provided a good natural armor. Thanks to this layer of natural armor, the hydrogen gas detonated by Keyes did not directly take its life. However, the hot flames still licked every inch of its skin, and the mucus that was tightly wrapped around its body evaporated. The dry skin caused great pain to the demonic fish, and its strength was also greatly weakened. Its hearing and vision were not affected, but its sense of touch and smell were lost. It had fallen into a semi-dormant state that was named by scholars who had studied this race as the long dream. In this state, although the demonic fish could think and observe, it was unable to carry out any actions, not even the mental activity of its psionic ability. The salted fish has turned over. Looking at the demonic fish lying on the cracked ground and breathing in the salty air, the young blue dragon curled his lips in disgust. It's still a salted fish. Not long after, the culprit that started the monster tide and invaded Taka City was firmly surrounded by the city guards who rushed over after the big explosion. Thanks to the results achieved by Keyes and his companions, all the monsters near the salt factory spontaneously retreated quickly and returned to the depths of the salt lake to hide. In the consul's mansion, the old emir, who had the curse removed, smiled. Thanks to Lord Pasha's help, Taka City was saved from being occupied by the monsters. Keyes naturally knew that the consul was just being polite. In fact, even if he did not do anything, the sorcerers of Medici could eventually drive the demonic fish away. But by then, the price that the Emir family had to pay would not be as simple as a permanent most favored purchase agreement and a reward of 100,000 silver cats. Pharaoh might hold him responsible for the loss of land and take back the authority to govern Taka City from him. Everyone was happy with the current situation, except for a few members of the Noble Observation Team, who had alighted from the Leviathan, who complained a little. The process of the floating behemoth's rapid descent and ascent was not a pleasant ride. In order to celebrate Taka City's victory against the monster invasion, Emil held a grand banquet in his mansion to entertain the distinguished guests who had come from afar. Because of Keyes, Nome's envoys were also invited to attend this banquet. The blazing flames in the fireplace, the finely brewed malt beer, and the roasted lamb chops smeared with spices and specialty powdered salt warmed the wet bodies of the envoys, who had just experienced the Mocha monster crisis, and soothed their nervous emotions. Blue the ogre, who did not care about other people's gazes, volunteered to be the chef and cooked steam-powered dishes made from the armored monsters on the spot. But only Keys and his companions dared to try his cooking. In order to show his respect to Keys, the Pasha of the Megalosaurus, Emil specially asked his son to bring out his beloved antique furniture from the family collection. It was a huge walnut-round table inlaid with shiny shells and gems, accompanied by a dozen high-back chairs. The surface of the table was meticulously treated with varnish. Under Emil's persuasion, the young blue dragon sat at the main seat, while the consul of Taka City and the other nobles took their seats around the round table. Compared to the dishes on the tables of the other participants, the food on the main seat was undoubtedly more sumptuous. There were wild boar ribs smeared with beer, roasted camel meat, roasted lamb chops, sizzling roasted horse loins, bread drizzled with delicious soup, as well as finely brewed malt beer, grape wine, jujube, sweet rice wine, and so on. A dazzling array of food filled the entire table. Unlike the other nobles who were drinking and laughing at the main table, Keys looked at the table with a slightly displeased expression. Consul Tuka, who was a smooth and slick person, immediately noticed this. After pondering for a while, he figured out the reason behind it. What's going on? I remember that the monsters did not invade this mansion. Did my food storage suffer any losses? After saying this to the butler beside him, the old Emil slightly pointed at the other tables with his chin. Everyone here is my distinguished guest. How can I favor one and discriminate against the other? Like master, like servant. Emil's butler immediately understood and said, "Master, please be understanding. There are a little too many distinguished guests today, and the chefs in the mansion are rushing to prepare. The banquet was filled with distinguished guests, but there were some who ignored it and would rather be absent than busy in secret." Lilith of the Obsidian Council strolled into the backyard of the consul's mansion. Because he had cast an illusion spell on himself, none of the servants and attendants who passed by him noticed this noble mage who was strolling around without permission. He was looking for the catch of the young blue dragon. With his knowledge as a high-level mage, he naturally knew the value of a demonic fish. Seeing that it was sent to the consul's mansion for temporary storage, Lilith could not help but have some thoughts. He knew that the demonic fish was not dead because a living demonic fish was much more valuable than a dead one. With the greed of the Megalosaurus Pasha, he would definitely not give up on the opportunity to extract knowledge from its brain. Knowledge was power, especially for spellcasters. Lilith believed that as long as there was a little water, the monster that was about to be roasted into a dried salted fish would willingly offer up the knowledge he wanted to obtain. He was very sure of this. The noble mage carefully sniffed the salted fish smell in the air. Suddenly, a slight wave of magic caught his attention. Lilith quickened his pace and walked towards the source of the wave. As it turned out, the Megalosaurus Pasha's request and the orders of the master of the house, the Emil family's mage was using a special method to temporarily deal with the demonic fish. With the help of his apprentices, the elderly mage wrapped the demonic fish's body in layers of new bandages while continuously chanting a special spell. Powdered graphite was added between each layer of bandages, and the energy in several obsidian magic orbs had turned into special magic runes that were branded inch by inch on the surface of the bandages. To make it easier to transport, the young blue dragon had cast a shrinking spell on the monster. Compared to its massive size when it first appeared, the demonic fish now looked like a big fish, but it was not as frightening as before. The magic ritual that the family's mage was performing was actually the process of casting the shrinking spell on its body. Seeing that the mage was focused on casting the spell and had no time to pay attention to his surroundings, Lilith immediately softly chanted the incantation for the powerful sleep spell. At the same time, a burst of joy welled up in his heart. Asterisk bang asterisk. Asterisk, two sounds of Twin Peaks piercing the ear hit Lilith's head. The noble mage did not have time to complete the construction of the spell model for the powerful sleep spell before he fainted. Chapter 205. They said that you used to be gladiator stars in the Grand Colosseum. While everyone was immersed in the celebratory atmosphere, a few children slipped out from under the watchful eyes of the servants and sneaked towards the three ogre brothers who occupied a bonfire. The leader of the group, a little boy, plucked up the courage to strike up a conversation with the friendliest Brew. What I mean is, how did you defeat that monster? Brew turned his head and looked at the three little humans who were not even half of his height, sitting on the ground. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Hee, little children, you should know that we are ogres." After saying that, he licked his fangs with his tongue maliciously. However, before he could say, "We love eating little people the most," the troll skull gave him a fat slap on the head. Ignore him. Even Brew was a little ashamed of Brew's unscrupulous act of scaring the children. This ogre, who was much bigger than his two brothers, scratched his head and pondered for a moment before explaining to the children. "We are a group. That strange fish only has a bunch of underlings. Hit them hard, and they will die." He pointed at the armored monsters that Brew had just steamed. "And their meat is delicious." The youngest child with the brightest eyes was obviously not satisfied with this answer. He straightened the corner of his linen shirt and plucked up the courage to question. "What we want to ask is, how did you defeat that ugly and smelly fish? Did you throw out a huge fireball? We heard the explosion in the Grand Colosseum during the day, but we did not see it." Rubbing the bulge on his head, Brew looked at the witch Dr. Paru with an aggrieved expression. He purposely put on a stern face and said to the children, "That is a secret spell that cannot be taught to outsiders. It requires special casting materials." He took out a spice box from the gourmet box beside him and threw some chili into his mouth. Like this, while chewing on the chili and patting his bulging belly, Brew opened his mouth and burped. A blazing fireball shot out from the ogre's mouth and exploded in midair, blooming into a firework under the night sky. "Amazing! Can you teach us how to release fireballs?" The surrounding children immediately shouted excitedly, but they didn't expect to attract the attendants and etiquette teachers who were anxiously waiting for them. "How dare you sneak out? Hurry up and go back to sleep." This group of naughty boys who had been traveling together at night suddenly became like deflated balloons. They lowered their heads and followed behind their teacher, reluctantly walking out of the banquet hall. Brew happily waved at the children who were saying goodbye to him. He was especially happy about the unexpected prank when he saw the tip of the chili pepper on the palm of the little boy who asked the question. On the balcony of the consul's private office, old Emil watched the little episode between his grandchildren and the three ogre brothers. He chuckled and shook his head helplessly. As a man of old age, he could never understand where the seemingly inexhaustible vigor of children lay. "I want to take good care of them, my children and my people. I want to dedicate myself to them and ensure their safety so that they can focus on their families and daily lives." The consul of Taka City smiled. "I want them to find a partner, have children, and live a good life that every Medici has the right to enjoy." Old Emil felt a trace of fatigue in his voice. Keys, who was sitting beside him, also heard it. He said, "It sounds like you're a little down, Mr. Consul. If it's because of the demonic fish, you don't have to worry. With the nature of this monster, there shouldn't be another one in the salt lake outside the city." "I'm not worried about that." Old Emil sighed and said with a sincere tone, "The monster is just a temporary problem. It might be able to make the archons of the city anxious, but it's not to the point where the Emile family can't survive. He motioned for the servant in the room to leave for the time being. Then, he lifted a tapestry embroidered with the portrait of his ancestor. Finally, he fiddled with the safe hidden behind the tapestry for a while before taking out several scrolls and documents. This is an agreement that has been enchanted by my family. The consul handed the scrolls to the Megalosaurus Pasha in front of him. It ensures that the person who signs the agreement can receive 1/10 of the dividends from the Emile family every year for a period of 100 years. Looking at the blank spot on the scroll, Keyes immediately understood that this was an agreement specially prepared for him. He thought for a moment before asking, "First, tell me what you want to pay. Killing a demonic fish is not worth this much. Taka City needs Leviathan." Old Emile had heard a little about the style of the Megalosaurus Pasha, so he did not beat around the bush and said directly, "The lake salt produced by the Salt Lake has been unable to be sold in the northern part of Medici. That area is the richest land in the entire empire. In the process of competing with sea salt, the lake salt has always been at a disadvantage in terms of price. The reason for this was none other than the high cost of transportation. So I want to sign an agreement with His Excellency Pasha, who has control of the future air transportation route, to use the Emile family's income for the next 100 years in exchange for the right to transport the lake salt of Taka City using the floating behemoth." Seeing that the young blue dragon showed a slightly interested look, he struck while the iron was hot. "If it's possible, I don't know if His Excellency Pasha is willing to sell a transportation vehicle like the Leviathan. The Emile family is willing to use more benefits than the agreement in exchange for a transport airship belonging to Taka City. Yes, but the price is not cheap." Keyes had no intention of beating around the bush, so he responded straightforwardly. In fact, the first flight of the Leviathan was a carefully planned roadshow. He wanted to show off to the potential customers who could afford such an expensive transportation vehicle, like the floating behemoth, to attract their help. As for whether other people had the ability to imitate such a giant synthetic creature, he could not easily make a conclusion. However, as long as the floating behemoth was purchased from the young blue dragon with the Leviathan as the blueprint, the final control was in the young blue dragon's hands. The only problem now was how to quote the price to the old Emile. The governor of Taka City was simply too cooperative. The conditions that Keyes had thought of to purchase the floating behemoth in exchange for benefits were actually written in the agreement just now. What new conditions should he think of? The young blue dragon fell into a short period of contemplation until an attendant hurriedly knocked on the door outside the office. Old Emile opened the door and listened to the report in a low voice. He could not help but frown. With his extraordinary hearing, Keyes, who also heard the conversation between the master and servant, revealed an imperceptible smile on his face. Chapter 206. A naked man has few secrets, but a man with torn skin has no secrets. Looking at Lilith, whose cheeks were red and swollen and at least 1/3 of his teeth missing, the steampunk half-lich said in a cold tone with the sound of grinding gears. The noble mage knew that he was telling the truth. He had said and done similar things before. Even though he was covered by a robe, as a mage, he could still feel the terrifying aura in his body. It was a kind of aura unique to high-level undead creatures, and mortals would instinctively be afraid of it. Lilith could not imagine what would happen to him in the near future when he was tortured by an undead creature with no feelings and compassion. He kept trying to recite the spell in his memory in order to cast spells successfully without the help of the obsidian magic bead. The noble mage, who had always been pampered, did not hesitate to directly extract his own vitality. Unfortunately, Although Sneyd looked like he could only use brute force, he was still a half-lich in essence. In front of this expert, Lilith's little trick was not worth mentioning at all. There were too many ways to interfere with a mortal mage's casting of spells, such as the rope that bound his hands was lowered, and he was immersed in a large tank filled with water. The horrible feeling of drowning could easily make the noble mage forget the spell in his memory, or the noble mage could hide an obsidian magic bead in a place where he could feel it, making Lilith think that it was a life-saving straw that had accidentally fallen when he was stripped of his clothes before the interrogation. When he tried to mobilize the soul energy in the bead to cast spells quickly, the noble mage would smash the bead. The failure of casting spells would immediately be reflected on the twisted face of the noble mage, or the noble mage could simply use a leather whip to whip the hanged prisoner. The low-level pain of torn skin and torn flesh was easily beyond the tolerance limit of the noble. Perhaps this method was too crude. After thinking for a while, Sneyd took some lake salt, which was a specialty of Taka City, and poured it into the water tank at Lilith's feet. The combination of whipping and soaking in salt water was a perfect combination. It had to be said that, falling into the hands of a half-lich of the drow race who was famous for their torture, the noble mage Lilith really lived up to the saying, "What a pitiful man." Therefore, not long after the interrogation began, he voluntarily signed a confession that was enchanted with magic and could be used to verify its authenticity. I can't imagine the governor of Taka City changed his usual gentle demeanor and vented his anger on the person in front of him. Sneaking into my mansion with malicious intentions is an act of provocation to the Amir family. One of the Beitar nobles who attended the banquet yesterday was also embarrassed beyond words. However, due to the mission given by the Obsidian Council, he had no choice but to suck it up in front of old Amir. "Your Excellency's anger is indeed understandable," he said, choosing his words carefully as he tried to persuade him. "Although Wizard Lilith's actions can indeed be considered as an offense, it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he's challenging the Emil family's prestige. Besides, the Obsidian Council is willing to compensate you. We just hope that you can consider the friendship of the noble class and not pursue the matter too much, so as not to affect the unity of the entire class." First, he admitted his mistake, then proposed to negotiate compensation, and finally threatened the person involved. Even the Megalosaurus Pasha Keys, who was a distinguished guest, could not admit his mistake. This could indeed be called a model of crisis public relations. Unfortunately, compared to the friendship of the Beitar nobles, old Amir favored forming an alliance of interests with the Megalosaurus Pasha, who was closer to him. After patiently listening to the noble's advice, the consul of Taka City said coldly, "According to the ancient law of Medici, the conflict between the nobles can be solved by offering money. But as far as I know, the noble sorcerer named Lilith only has a few manors far away in Bite that I can choose from. It's not a good place to live." "Your Excellency, Mr. Lilith is a member of the Obsidian Council, and also a disciple of Master Cook." Keys, who was sitting at the side, interrupted the noble's words. "Actually, Governor Amir has other options. There's an airship of Mr. Lilith outside Gnome City. Although it's not as good as the Leviathan in many aspects, it's still worth a lot." The noble looked at the young blue dragon in shock and instantly protested, angrily, "The boat of the Scorching Sun is the property of the Obsidian Council. How dare you make such an assertion? Please be careful with your words." Keys seemed to have narrowed his eyes because the noble did not use honorifics in his words. The governor of Taka City immediately chimed in, "Your words are not respectful to a pasha. Can I take it that you want to provoke another conflict?" At this point, no matter how stupid he was, he understood that there must be an exchange of interests between the Megalosaurus Pasha and the most prominent noble in the southern part of the empire. The noble's lobbyist was speechless for a moment. He stammered and asked to leave. The so-called nobles were just using fear to build a high platform in the hearts of ordinary people to hold up the so-called dignity of the nobles. But when they encountered someone they did not fear at all, this fictitious dignity would always fall from a high place and shatter into pieces. This was especially true for the nobles living in Bite City. They had no real power in the local area. The only thing they relied on was the legal provisions of the Medici Empire that obviously gave preferential treatment to nobles. Unfortunately, just like the difference between nobles and commoners, when dealing with disputes between nobles, the law was always more inclined to protect the rights of those with higher status and real power. Your Excellency Pasha, after sending off the noble's lobbyist, old Amir asked the waiter to bring new tea and snacks. He said to Keyes with a smile about the ship of the Scorching Sun, "There will be a commission agreement for you to handle it on your behalf later." Understanding the meaning behind the words, the young blue dragon also replied without hesitation, "It will take at least half a year to transform the ship of the Scorching Sun into a new floating behemoth. At most, it will take no more than a year. Once it is completed, it will be handed over to Taka City. As a bonus, I will add a set of weapons system to it, turning it into an armed floating merchant ship." Outside Nome City, the ship of the Scorching Sun docked at the mooring tower immediately became busy after receiving a magical message. All the crew members were making their own preparations for the sudden order to set sail. As the airship had been hovering at a low altitude, the airbags of the airship were not completely filled. The workers in the boiler room were sweating profusely as they filled shovelfuls of coal into the blazing furnace. One of the two wizard apprentices left behind by Lilith had just completed a comprehensive spell investigation of the pod. He did not even have time to rest before he and his companion threw themselves into the work of controlling the synthetic arm. They controlled the giant arm to extend from both sides of the ship and support it on the ground so that it could provide additional support when the airship took off. The soldiers who were still patrolling on the airship were also ordered by their commanding officer to descend to the ground with drooping ropes. Firstly, it was to support their comrades on the ground so that they could form a phalanx that could defend against the enemy. Secondly, it was to reduce some of the load on the airship so that it could take off quickly. Other than fuel, almost all of the food and water were transported to the uppermost deck. At first, they were transported downwards using the drooping ropes, but later they were simply poured downwards. Let the Scorching Sun take off immediately. The wizard standing at the top of the mooring tower sent a message to his colleagues on the airship. He then quickly hooked a knot on the rope with his foot. "There's movement in Nome City. It seems like an army has left the city." After sending the message, the wizard who had been buffing himself with Eagle Eye immediately recited a spell. He was going to use stone to mud to destroy the entire mooring tower to prevent anyone from climbing up and posing a threat to the airship. Of course, just as these people were working hard for the Scorching Sun to take off quickly, there were people on other sides who were also working hard in the opposite direction. What a waste! A crew member in a high-ranking officer's uniform muttered to himself as he watched the boatmen throw down the food and water on the deck one after another. As a spy, he had just successfully completed his mission. He had disguised a special potion as wine and sprinkled it on the biologically synthesized arms that stretched out from both sides of the deck. Under the effect of the potion, the giant arms would carry out the opposite orders of the controller. On the distant wall of Nome City, the brothers One Eye and Crooked Mouth each recited a spell and activated the device installed on the airship's airbags when they sneaked onto the airship for the second time not long ago. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out. 2 holes the diameter of a person appeared below the side of the airbags. This time, no matter how much fuel was added to the boiler room, the Scorching Sun could not rise quickly. The more fuel was added, the more the hot air would expand the holes. Hurry up and start the engine. Maintain cruising at this altitude. After receiving news of the damaged airbags, the airship commander immediately issued a new order. Order the synthetic giant arms to help the airship accelerate. Not long after these two orders were issued, two pieces of bad news came one after another. The engine installed at the stern of the ship had a small explosion due to fuel residue blocking the pipe. Now, the engine could not provide any power. There was also a problem with the giant arms. The wizard apprentice controlling them tried everything he could think of, but the two arms seemed to be cast with molten iron. They dug deep into the sand and gradually pulled the airship towards the ground. After receiving the news that the Dragonborn clan had taken over the Scorching Sun, Keys only ordered them to quickly remove the Olamoki's bucket of waste that he had been longing for a long time. He then devoted himself to the work of extracting the catch from before. In the mind of the mummified demonic fish, the young blue dragon discovered an extremely valuable secret. Chapter 207. Unlike some intelligent creatures who like to gloss over their mistakes and glorify their own race's history, the demonic fish were undoubtedly much fairer in their historical records due to the perfect memory passed down from generation to generation. For example, they objectively retained the original name of the place that they had successfully invaded and had now become their home, the island world. It was a world ruled by the ocean. The mountains that rose from the bottom of the sea formed many islands of various sizes. This was how the island world got its name. The demonic fish were not natives there. They were survivors of a huge empire in a distant foreign world that had been destroyed by many gods. However, when this group of homeless fugitives came to the island world, they quickly discovered that it was their paradise and home. Due to their race's innate ability, the demonic fish race quickly became the overlords at the top of the food chain in the ocean where there were no intelligent aquatic races. After basically grasping the ruling power of the ocean, they followed the ancient tradition and once again spread their forces to the land. Unsurprisingly, the demonic fish met their opponents. In the process of conquering the continent, the 5 highly intelligent land races, the camel people, the humans, the walrus people, the polar bear people, and the penguin people, became their enemies at the same time. In the first 1,000 years of struggle, the few forces each had their own strengths and weaknesses. The demonic fish not only knew how to use powerful spells and psionic abilities, but also had a large number of aquatic monsters that had been modified by them. The land races had the blessings of the spirits of their ancestors due to their ancestor worship, as well as a strong military that used steel as armor and weapons. When the war was at a stalemate, the smart and cunning demonic fish made full use of their advantages. They belonged to the same race, while the land races only had a loose alliance because of their different races. The 7 oldest and strongest demonic fish, who had already grown 7 pairs of gill holes, gathered together and formed the 7 Gills Council. With the power of the entire clan as one, they began to destroy the races on the land one by one. From the very beginning, the demonic fish's target was the weakest penguin tribes. The penguin people lived in the floating ice island at the southernmost part of the island world. Unlike the polar bear people, who lived in the northern part of the island world, they had little to no contact with the outside world. They would only occasionally trade with the walrus people who sailed here to exchange for some metal weapons. These human-like creatures with wedge-shaped fins, double-layered scaled feathers, and thick subcutaneous fat were completely adapted to the local living environment. Other than catching krill in the cold ocean for food, they also learned how to cut open the hard ice floes and build their own cities. Every floating ice city had a large greenhouse under it. The penguin people used the heat and nutrients in their feces to cultivate mushrooms and moss as their daily food. They had been living happily on the floating ice island until the terrifying demonic fish started attacking all the land creatures. But the demonic fish to the floating ice island. In several wars against the invasion of the monster army, even if they fought in the ocean, the demonic fish's monsters would move slowly due to the cold water. The penguin people with the floating to ice island always won. Unfortunately, the demonic fish banded together. The Seven Gills Council gathered the wisdom of these ancient species. They came up with a series of conspiracies against the penguin people tribes. First, they used the enslaved walrus people to spread rumors in different floating to ice island cities. After a long time, they finally succeeded in inciting internal strife among the penguin people. Then, they extended an olive branch to some of the weaker floating to ice island cities. They quickly suppressed the prestige of the Emperor Penguin People tribe, who originally had the right to speak among the Penguin People tribes. In the end, using a premeditated attack from both inside and outside, he sent monsters to murder a large number of Emperor penguins and successfully defeated the centralized power system that had been developed for 1,000 years. The tribal power of the penguins fell apart. Since then, the fallen penguins had all become the puppets of the demonic fish, willingly sacrificing their lives for another great undertaking of their new master. The giant magic circle that was proposed by a seven-guild counselor and operated for more than 50 years was activated with the various floating ice cities as nodes. The power of magic tore apart the floating ice islands, and the pulse of elements gushed out from the Earth's core. In just over 10 days, the entire huge island of ice had completely melted. The sea level of the entire island world rose rapidly. Countless islands were drowned. By the time the other land races realized the danger, it was already too late. The cunning demonic fish only used 100 years of planning. They did not expend a single soldier to destroy the backbone of the island world's resistance against them, the humans as well as the civilized countries built by the humans. In the face of the great disaster known as the Great Cataclysm, any living creature appeared extremely weak. The ancestral, holy spirits that the humans worshipped tried to save the world. Unfortunately, they did not even have weak divine powers. They were powerless in the face of the monstrous waves. Coupled with the drowning of a large number of believers, they lost the support of the power of faith. Those weak gods ended up like their believers. After a fruitless struggle, they walked towards death one after another. Only the camel people, who lived in the highlands of the island world, and the polar bear people, who lived on the North Sea thick, solid island, escaped the disaster. One learned from the painful experience after the Great Cataclysm and established a unified empire. The other absorbed the walrus people and penguin people who were not enslaved by the demonic fish and formed a united state. The humans, who originally had the highest level of civilization but had a far cry from the other races, were not so lucky, as they could neither integrate into the camel people's empire nor the polar bear people's federation. The remaining humans who had lost their homes could only struggle to make a living on the sea. After hundreds of years, the exiled survivors became a kind of people on the raft. They only went to the land twice a year. They traded on the land ruled by the empire and the federation in exchange for logs to build rafts. The rest of the day, they drifted with the waves of the sea and could not see the land at all. In the beginning, the demonic fish would send its aquatic monsters to attack and encircle the people on the raft. But later, the Council of Seven Gills did not have the time to think about this problem, because their main targets were the rising camel people's empire and the polar bear people's federation. For the latter, the demonic fish could still send monsters to land on the thick, solid island from time to harass them. But how to curb the development of the former became a big problem that troubled the Council of Seven Gills. After the Great Cataclysm, the highlands where the camel people lived became the largest island in the island world. The increase of the sea area brought abundant rainfall. The scattered oases in the desert joined together to form a huge grassland. The camel people cultivated on this grassland and bred for generations. After more and more camel people were born and accepted the worship of their ancestors, they brought abundant power of faith to their original weak ancestral spirit, the camel god. In exchange, the camel god also taught the priests in the empire more divine spells, including how to create a new desert. In addition to the central oasis, the camel people set up a large number of totems around the huge island where they lived. These totems could not only absorb the fertility of the land to supply the central oasis, but also build a desert area about 100 miles deep around the entire island. The servant army, transformed by the demonic fish, was all aquatic monsters. They could not cross such a long moat at all. After brainstorming, the Council of Seven Gills decided to send a member to other worlds that were dominated by desert environments to find species that were more suitable for the desert environment to transform and reproduce, expand the army, and thus lead the camel people's empire. For this reason, the Council of Seven Gills spent 10 years and more energy constantly using magic to find a suitable world. Finally, 2 years ago, they successfully sent a member to the Ash World, and this counselor had fallen into the young blue dragon's hands. Chapter 208. On the vast sea, the strong wind rolled up the dark clouds. Between the dark clouds and the sea, there was a small boat traveling alone. The boat was not built with old logs or driftwood on the sea, but with solid wood nailed firmly. The gaps between the planks were filled with lint and asphalt, and its solid masts and sails with hanging pulleys ensured that a person could easily drive it forward in the storm. The hull of the boat was also a scale-like structure, and it was nailed with grapefruit planks one by one. Such strength was enough to sail freely in the most complicated sea. Every part of the boat was delicate and solid, so when it passed through the waves, there was only a slight squeak and the sound of the waves hitting the bow of the boat. Of course, although the boat was good. In fact, sailing the sea depends on the helmsman. The real reason why it was safe and sound in the storm was actually the young blue dragon, who was in charge. Under Keys's persuasion with his psionic power, the generous benthic demonfish counselor revealed the complete plane coordinates of the island world in a few days, and after repeated screening by the young blue dragon, he was convinced that in the memory of the benthic demonfish, the island world had not given birth to a real god. Even the camel god, whom the Council of Seven Gills was quite afraid of, had not reached the threshold of a weak divine power. He relied on signing a contract with a powerful person in the elemental plane, and his priest was able to use divine spells to transform the landscape and create deserts on a large scale. In the multiverse, there was almost no material plane like the world of ashes, which was hated by the gods. Although the island world had ancestor worship, it was not organized well and lacked guidance for believers, so there was not even a primitive god. After learning this news, Keys immediately realized the value of the island world. The young blue dragon was confident that he could make a lot of money by directly taking a share of the sea and land hegemony of the island world, or by contacting the indigenous civilizations that suffered from the benthic demonfish's invasion, and promoting the cross-plane trade of the Scales of Eternal Order Chamber of Commerce through his own strength. After making the necessary preparations, Keys bought clothes made of shark lizard skin, assembled a small boat for navigation, and calibrated the time of the cross-plane summoning spell with the half-lich Snade. Then, he directly teleported from the Leviathan to the island world. Unsurprisingly, in this plane that was dominated by the sea, The young blue dragon appeared in a vast sea called the open sea. Thanks to the knowledge of the plane extracted from the benthic demon fish counselor, Keyes did not spend too much time to locate himself. At this time, he was disguised as an ordinary mortal wanderer steering the boat to the nearest human settlement. In order to make himself look more like the natives of this world, Keyes also caught some sea fish and put them in the cabin. With this ballast, the sturdy boat sailed more stably when passing through the waves. The young blue dragon in human form stood upright next to the mast. The strong wind blew in his face, and the raindrops flowed down the shark lizard skin clothes and into the cabin. However, he appeared to be very comfortable. In fact, Keyes really enjoyed the pleasure of learning to sail in the storm. In the beginning, Keyes could not grasp the angle of the sail well, and the hull would always tilt involuntarily. If not for the protection of the force field control ability, this small boat from a distant foreign plane would have capsized many times. However, after grasping the general rules of the sail angle and learning how to lean out of the cabin and adjust the center of gravity to maintain the balance of the entire hull, it was time for the young blue dragon to truly enjoy the pleasure of sailing. With the help of the ropes and pulleys, the sail was easily adjusted to the most suitable angle. Whether it was with the wind or against the wind, the triangular sail could be fully inflated, driving the small boat forward with the help of the wind. In the storm, Quess and his small boat were like sea swallows, swordfish, or any other unyielding creature that could enjoy the joy of the violent storm speeding through the vast sea. Of course, at this time, not everyone was as carefree as him. For those who did not have the ability to resist the power of nature, the storm was like the roar of a demon, and the rain was like the venom of a demon that cleansed the soul. Help! Keyes had previously asked Snader to cast the glib-tongue spell on him, so he could understand the cry for help in the storm. He adjusted the sail and steered the boat toward the place where the voice came from. A half-grown boy crouching on a canoe made of reeds appeared in the young blue dragon's vision. Judging from the fishskin clothes he was wearing, he should be a fisherman who made a living in the sea all year round. Keyes carefully controlled his boat and approached the soaked boy who was hugging the reed boat and desperately begging for help. He bent down, grabbed the little fisherman by the shoulders, and moved him into his boat. "Thank you, thank you." The boy was in a trance for a moment before he realized that he had been rescued. He looked at Keyes, who was wearing a thick armor made of shark lizard skin, which was very similar to the skin of a shark in the sea. He hesitated for a moment, and then took out a few metal discs from a small leather bag hanging around his neck, and handed them to Keyes. "These are all I have. The circular base is not far from here, so it should be enough to pay for the boat fare to send me back." The thin metal discs called steel coins by the boy were not the hexahedral steel currency commonly used in the Shuraba in the lower plains. Instead, they were a kind of currency that could be used by the surviving people on the raft, the Empire, and the Federation after the catastrophe in the island world, compared to the highly developed human countries. Although they had hundreds of years of development, the Camel Empire and the Polar Bear People's Federation could not compare with the former human countries in terms of metal smelting. Steel was still a scarce resource for them. Of course, the people on the raft, whose civilization had been cut off, did not have the ability to smelt metal. Every year, during the process of drifting with the ocean currents, they would occasionally have the opportunity to salvage some steel objects from the ancient human countries at the bottom of the shallow sea. They would first scrape off the rust on the surface, and then cut them into valuable steel coins. In the beginning, the people on the raft would use this currency when trading with the camel people and the polar bear people. But later, steel became scarce, and the surviving human beings consciously controlled the outflow of this currency. They would use the steel coins as a symbol of wealth. After collecting enough steel coins and smelting them, They could cast some steel weapons and tools, which were undoubtedly very useful for people who made a living on the sea. Keyes did not accept the boat fare the boy handed to him. He just picked up a steel coin, looked at it, and returned it. "Show me the location of the circular base. I want to go there to buy supplies." Chapter 209. After giving the fisherman boy an ordinary knife, he quickly became familiar with Keyes. Not only did he tell Keyes his name, Koss, but he also gave his canoe to the generous captain. The raft made of bundled reeds turned out to be a separate floating raft from Koss' catamaran fishing boat. The storm had destroyed his fishing boat that was full of fish. The experienced navigator decisively chose to abandon the boat that was already heavily flooded and escaped with the floating raft. Taking advantage of the moment after the storm stopped, the nimble boy used the spare wood and hemp rope on Keyes' boat to make a simple outboard bracket. He then set up his reed raft to provide extra buoyancy for the boat. "Praise your generosity, Captain." Koss skillfully tied the knot while looking up and smiled at the young blue dragon. "Although this reed raft is worthless, it can make your sailing more stable. And you have an iron knife, so I can tie a dead buckle. My fishing boat disintegrated in the storm because I could only tie a live buckle." After all, he still had the temperament of a teenager. After getting familiar with Keyes, Koss had been talking nonstop. The young blue dragon, who wanted to get more information about the island world, also became a qualified listener. He only asked a few questions occasionally. "This open sea is about to border with the territory of the camels. Your circular base has drifted here this year, so it should be time to trade with them. How many days are you going to stay here?" Keyes asked curiously. This question seemed to show that Keyes was a stowaway, but it was not unexpected. In fact, although the trade fair between the Empire and the Federation did not prohibit other human forces other than the circular base of the floating raft people from participating in trade, it was rare for a wanderer like Keyes to not be severely haggled if he entered the fair alone. Therefore, they would usually find a circular base passing by and pay a price to temporarily join it, so that they could sell their goods at a more fair price when trading with other races. After listening to Keyes' question, Koss obviously treated him as a wandering captain who was begging to be carried. He patted his chest and said, "Captain, don't worry. The elders of our base have already found out that there are many twin-humped camel nobles who have come from the oasis in the market. This year, the base had harvested a lot of pearls from the clam harvesting area, so they had to stay there for at least a week. If you want to join our caravan temporarily, Koss is willing to introduce you." As a form of gratitude to the little navigator, on the way to the circular base, the young blue dragon, who was quite well versed in the ways of the world, deliberately caught a swordfish. He cut off the flat head of the swordfish and polished it into a shape. Then he found a small piece of wood to make a grip and made a short sword that was more than 3 feet long and gave it to Koss. As for the remaining swordfish, Keyes sprinkled the spices he had brought from the ash world and made them into fish slices to share with the boy. The sky in the west turned from red to light gray, and then from gray to black. After sailing for about a night with the help of the stars in the sky, Keyes' teak boat arrived near the circular base of the people on the floating raft. With Koss as the introducer, they quickly followed a fishing boat into the gate of the circular base. The young blue dragon in human form stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the city that was pieced together with all kinds of wood and other building materials. Rather than calling it a city, the name village was actually more suitable for the settlement of the people on the floating raft. Like most of the existing human homes in the island world, this huge floating object that moved with the ocean current was buoyed by a buoy made of logs and fish skin airbags. The base was surrounded by a wall made of all kinds of wood. According to Koss, the wall was built by skilled craftsmen, bit by bit, without using a single nail. And after the construction was completed, it was reinforced with fish glue made from boiling fish bladders, so the final wall could resist the attack of strong winds and sea monsters. It was very solid. The wall surrounded the settlement in a circular shape, and the entire settlement was built along the wall for people to live in or for other purposes. That was how the circular base got its name. After entering the circular base, a special pilot directed Keyes to anchor the boat to the dock in the heart of the base. Keyes found that the other boats were about the same size as his boat, and there were no bigger boats. There is a shark net under the base, and boats with a deeper draft can only dock at the special dock outside the wall. After hearing Keyes' question, Koss did not doubt him and explained in detail, generally, those boats are used to hunt whales or to communicate with other circular bases, so the chance to dock at the dock is actually very rare. Suddenly, the sound of chanting and praying came to an abrupt halt. Koss clasped his hands in front of his chest and whispered the eulogy, turning the ancient into pulp, veins into vines, bodies into trees, blood into the sea. Ursula, who was too old, has passed away. Following the most basic ceremony, she will continue to bring us grace. The young blue dragon looked at the direction of the voice and saw many people gathered in what looked like a botanical garden. A few women were covering their faces and sobbing. They were holding some kind of funeral ceremony. The crowd gathered around a shaved corpse, and after reciting the eulogy, they poured the corpse into a large trough that was bubbling with yellow-green mud. Everyone who participated in the funeral grabbed a handful of soil from a small bag and followed the people in front of them to sprinkle the soil into the bubbling mud. Due to the Megalosaurus's naturally sensitive sense of smell, Keyes could not help but frown when he smelled the smell. The people who participated in the funeral were no better than the young blue dragon. Soon after the ceremony, the crowd dispersed. Only 2 people with gauze on their faces were left. They held long bamboo poles and kept stirring the mud in the trough. Granny Ursula is a legend in the circular base, Klaus said. The word legend made Klaus's face turn cold, but he quickly concealed his emotions. Klaus continued. Since she was very young, she devoted herself to sailing and exploring the ruins of the ancient human civilization. In the process of exploring the subterranean sea, she brought back many ancient plants from the ruins of the seabed and some unknown islands and built the base botanical garden. Some of the plant seeds in the garden were brought home to grow fruits. After eating, the fruits could make the people in the base healthier and live longer. It turned out that Keyes happened to be watching the funeral of a legend of the island world from afar. The gray-green mud looked disgusting and smelled even worse, but it could quickly turn the corpse into soil. This kind of making the best use of people's style of funeral was a tradition developed by the people on the floating raft due to the lack of resources. Chapter 210. Steel coins and soil. These 2 important resources were the common equivalents in the circular base. Steel coins could be used to make various weapons and tools. Soil could be used to grow plants, providing nutrients for the people on the floating raft that could not be found in the fish. With Koss as his guide, Keyes quickly found the commercial hall of the circular base. In order to disguise himself as a wandering captain, he had to purchase some supplies and go through the procedures to temporarily join the base. The Zhanyuan, the young blue dragon, gave a name that he came up with on the spot. He continued, "My name is Keyes. I would like to apply to join the circular base temporarily and participate in the transaction that will take place soon." The registrar took out a small wooden badge and pulled the handle of a machine beside him. The grindstone in the machine immediately spun rapidly and erased the engraved words on the badge in a few seconds. After re-engraving Keyes' information on the badge, The registrar handed the new badge over. Don't get into trouble when you're living in the circular base. Otherwise, you may be killed by the guards. In addition, you need to pay 10 steel coins in advance. After the transaction is completed, you'll have to pay 1/10 of the payment to the base. Of course, Keyes did not have any steel coins, but a Medici copper deben with the engraving erased could be used as a substitute. After going through the relevant procedures, Koss led him to a counter and took him to purchase supplies. The counter was not big, but there was a dazzling array of goods on it. There was not a lack of variety. Sea salt, various kinds of salted seafood, distilled fresh water, hemp ropes used on ships, sails made of palm fiber, lumps of wood used to repair ships, lumps of fish gelatin that could be used after being reheated. Among them, the most expensive goods were some plants planted in wooden pots, some of which had already borne fruit. From the shape of the branches, leaves, and fruits, Keyes could tell that most of these plants were probably lemons. These are the plants that Granny Ursula brought back, Koss enthusiastically introduced to the young blue dragon. At the same time, he persuaded, I have a small pot of lemon trees at home, but the fruits are not as good as the ones here. When you leave, I can give you a few branches and leaves, but the survival rate of the whole plant is not as high as the ones sold here. The high-pitched sound of the conch horn broke the stillness of the morning, followed by the tight beat of the whaleskin drum, and the clatter of footsteps in response to it. There's a fleet of ships heading towards the circular base. Koss pulled out the fishbone dagger that Keyes gave him and quickly explained to the young blue dragon, the guards have already climbed up the wall to stand guard. If it's the black flag, walrus people, they'll blow the conch again. The black flag mentioned by the boy was referring to the fallen walrus people who obeyed the Council of Seven Gills of the demonic fish. Unlike their companions who lived on Thick Sturdy Island and formed the federation with the polar bear people, these walrus people lived in the ocean all year round, making a name for themselves by raiding various circular bases or harassing the coastlines of the Empire and the Federation. Before the nervous boy could finish his words, the conch horn was blown again by the sentinel on the observation deck. The beat of the whaleskin drum also changed. 3 long beats, 1 short beat, 2 short beats, 1 long beat. Hearing the drum, the salesperson behind the counter and the registrar, who had just finished the formalities for Keyes, could no longer remain calm. After apologizing to the only remaining guest in the hall, Keyes, and asking him to leave, they immediately locked the door of the hall, picked up their weapons, and followed the guards up the wall. This is troublesome. Koss was a little nervous, and his originally rapid speech became a little stuttering. It's not just the Black Flag, but also the Broken Fangs, that vicious clan. They won't accept bribes, pay, or take captives. Once the base is breached, they'll start a massacre. The large warships in the base are still sailing far away to hunt whales. They won't be able to make it back in time. According to the rules of the floating raft people, Keyes, who had already completed the procedures to temporarily join the circular base, had the responsibility to participate in the defense work in such a critical situation. Thus, Keyes climbed up the wall of the base under Koss's lead. The guard captain of the base obviously knew Koss, and seeing that he was young, he assigned him a good job to climb up the observation tower and cooperate with the sentinels to report the latest movements of the walrus people's fleet to the guards. As for the young blue dragon in human form, although his face looked young, he was wearing a shark lizard armor, and his figure was much taller than the others. In addition to his status as a ship captain who had just temporarily joined the circular base, the guard captain gave him a shield covered in fish skin and a sharpened bamboo spear without hesitation, and sent him to the edge of the wall to defend against any walrus people warriors who might rush up. Keyes did not have any objections to this arrangement. In fact, he was even a little happy to have the opportunity to observe the war in the island world up close. After all, it would help him understand this plane more deeply. Unlike the other floating raft people who were trembling in fear before the battle, Keyes did not cover his head with a leather shield. Instead, he stood boldly on the wall and looked at the walrus people's fleet of the Broken Tooth clan that was sailing towards the circular base. Under his gaze, the walrus people's fleet quickly streaked across the open sea surface and kept approaching. Those ships were made of roughly smelted dark-colored metal and blackened wood. There were masts on the ships, but there were no sails at the moment. Only rows of oars extended from the sides of the ships, and they paddled with all their might amidst the increasingly loud sounds of the horns. Thanks to the extremely sharp eyesight of the Megalosaurus race, Keyes could clearly see what the so-called Black Flag, or rather, the fallen walrus people, looked like. They were generally fat and muscular, and their waists seemed to be only a little smaller than their height. Each of them was like an oak barrel filled with wine, and the kind that was especially huge. A small number of the walrus people, especially the ones with the most exaggerated physiques and looked like they belonged to the elite class, would wear armor made of clam shells strung together by seaweed vines. The rest of the walrus people were mostly bare-chested and only had an apron made of seaweed to protect their private parts. Almost all of the fallen walrus people had some barnacles and corals growing on their bodies. Although it would be a little scary to those with trypophobia, these appendages should be able to provide them with some protection during battle. The attentive young blue dragon also noticed that the tusks on the upper jaws of this group of walrus people were broken, which was also the reason why they were called the Broken Tooth clan. The long tusks were sharpened into blades and tied to the ends of long wooden poles, making it into a pair of forks that each person held. Catapults! Fire! After estimating that the walrus people's fleet had entered the firing range, the guard captain immediately ordered the catapults on the city wall to start working. Fire the algae oil bombs. Don't let the walrus people get close to the wall. Driven by manpower, the long arms of the catapults began to rotate. Stones soaked in the oil extracted from some kind of seaweed were first ignited, and then launched by centrifugal force. Most of the stones fell into the waves of the open sea, but there were still a few that hit the ships of the Broken Tooth clan. After being hit by such a stone cannon, even the fat walrus man would be badly injured even if he didn't die. The most terrifying thing was that the algae oil on the stones would stick to the ship and burn. This was also the reason why the walrus people would usually lower their sails before an attack and only rely on paddles to propel the ships. Chapter 2:11. The walrus people of the island world had always been known for their savagery. Taking a beating without fighting back was naturally not their style. Not long after the ring-shaped base bombarded their fleet with burning stone cannons, the Broken Tooth clan launched a retaliatory counterattack. Whoosh! 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 The giant crossbows on the fallen walrus people's warships began to unleash their power. The coral crossbows, which had been polished with barbs and blades, began to rain down on the ring-shaped base's walls. The leather shields that the floating raft people provided to the guards were naturally unable to withstand the barrage of crossbow bolts. Often, a single crossbow bolt would take away the lives of many people at the same time. Even if the crossbow bolts missed the wall, a small section of the wooden wall would directly collapse. Many of the guards were brought into the open sea by the collapsed wall and never floated up again. Not only that, some of the special crossbow bolts also had several strands of tough ropes woven from seaweed behind them. Once they hooked onto something that could be fixed, the walrus people on the ships would pull with all their might, allowing their ships to approach the base's walls faster. Archers, get ready! The captain of the guards ran to instruct the civilians to use fish glue and wood to repair the walls as he gave orders with all his might. First, look for elite walrus people. Fire at will. In Keyes' opinion, The weapons used by the floating raft people of the island world were not without merit in terms of shape. They were similar to the bows he had seen in his previous life. They were mainly made of bamboo and were about 6 feet long. They used an eccentric shooting method to obtain maximum tension and shot out long arrows made of whale bones or sea beast teeth as the arrowhead. However, although the power of the arrows from these longbows was not bad, and they had no problem piercing through the armor made of clam shells on the elite walrus people, their shooting speed was very low. Moreover, there were not many archers in the first place, so they were unable to effectively stop the enemy. Especially after some damage, the elite walrus people would either raise a thick shield made of giant clam shells or simply hide behind some ordinary walrus people to avoid the arrows. After shooting for a while, there were actually very few casualties. The captain of the guards also discovered this problem, so he immediately changed his strategy. He ordered the archers to quickly withdraw and replace them with more shield-wielding guards to resist the first wave of walrus people that was about to arrive. The windmills in the circular base were all activated. A large amount of seawater was pumped to the wall and then fired out by the water cannons to wash away the approaching Broken Tooth Clan ships. Clang! The first walrus ship slammed into the circular base. The ram at the front of the ship dug deep into the wall and couldn't be pushed away at all. Racket stick! Put down the racket stick! This time, without waiting for the guard captain to give the order, several experienced veterans who had experienced the crisis of the Black Flag walrus made the same decision. The battering poles that were set up inside the wall were suddenly released from one end of the net that was wrapped in a large number of stones. The other end of the battering poles, which was tied with a large number of sharpened wooden thorns, quickly flipped out of the wall and hit the walrus ships that were approaching. Every pole was soaked in blood when it was raised. The walrus men of the Broken Tooth Clan, who had gathered at the bow of their ships and were preparing to climb the circular base wall, were hit squarely and suffered heavy casualties in an instant. The people on the floating raft, who were guarding the wall, were greatly encouraged. For a moment, all kinds of cheers rose and fell. However, the veterans who had just put down the racket stick were now holding the weapons in their hands tightly. They didn't dare to be careless. The veterans knew that among the ancient giant tooth clansmen like the walrus men, there was no lack of shamans who were good at communicating with the elements. In fact, the Broken Tooth Clan didn't disappoint them. They were ancient enough that the shamans of the Broken Tooth Clan were proficient in an elemental spell that many other young clans didn't pass down. Seal of Ice. A dazzling rune appeared on the wall of the circular base. As long as one was within the range of this magic seal, any creature would instantly feel the weather that was colder than the winter of thick, sturdy island. Stiff, incomparably stiff. Whether it was the defending troops or the defensive weapons they controlled, they were all affected. The bone-chilling cold reduced the mobility of the people on the floating raft. Even simple movements like raising their hands and stomping their feet became extremely slow. The walrus men's situation was very different. Due to their thick layer of subcutaneous fat, the walrus men's situation was very different. The Seal of Ice didn't make any walrus men feel uncomfortable. An elite warrior of the Broken Tooth Clan roared and rolled forward on the deck of the ship. This was a traditional martial art of his clan. Using the advantage of the body, he rolled forward at high speed, accumulating his strength layer by layer and suddenly releasing it at the last moment. Divine Walrus Fist. The huge gauntlet made from a whole piece of ferromanganese or was imprinted on the wall of the circular base. The defenders who were troubled by the frost-sealing magic seal had no time to react. With a muffled bang, a hole the size of a person was smashed into the wall. The walrus warrior, who had caused all of this, only shook its dizzy head. Laughing loudly, It charged in through the hole and began a massacre at the base of the wall. However, this was just the beginning. Many elite walrus men followed the example of the first one who rushed into the circular base. While the seal of ice released by the shamans was still in effect, they rolled to the wall and used the divine walrus fist to smoothly enter the circular base. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The holes created by the elite walrus men connected together, causing a small section of the wall to lose its foundation and collapse on a large scale. Keyes, who was standing on this section of the wall, nimbly used the bamboo spear in his hand to jump to a safe place nearby. The other defending troops weren't so lucky. They all fell onto the walrus men's ships and were first killed by the cruel enemy. Then they were strung up on the tusks to scare their own compatriots. Spearmen, withdraw the wall. Hurry up. The captain of the guards had completely become the captain of the firefighters. He led a few good fighters to surround and kill the elite walrus men who rushed into the circular base. Get into formation and block the hole. In a hurry, the captain of the guards' moves became more and more sinister. He took advantage of the walrus men's fat body and short arms to circle behind them. He used the bronze spear to specifically attack the walrus men's lower body. As long as the walrus men's Achilles tendons or ankles were injured and they couldn't support themselves and fell to the ground, everyone would rush forward and stab them to death. After the elite walrus men opened up a path, many ordinary members of the Broken Tooth clan rushed in, but they were all killed by the archers. The archers who had retreated from the wall earlier now occupied the commanding heights and poured down arrows as much as they could. The walrus men of the Broken Tooth clan and the floating raft men of the circular base were in a stalemate. Chapter 212. The Broken Tooth clan was the first to choose to retreat. After fighting for about an hourglass, the walrus clan's fleet let out a muffled sound of drums. That's a human skin drum. It's smaller than a whaleskin drum, and the tone of the drum is also deeper. A veteran beside, Quest leaned on his weapon, treating the young blue dragon as a fledgling recruit. He tried to coax and scare him. Those walrus shamans can beat the human skin drum and cast black witchcraft to detain the souls of those who died in battle. Quest chuckled and did not respond to his words. The floating raft defenders relaxed after the end of the battle. The soldiers who were fighting with all their might collapsed on the spot. Some of them were injured, while others were simply exhausted. Someone brought them oily soup made from whale stew. There were also specialized healers who brought herbs and tools to help the wounded. At the last moment of the battle, a walrus man who had fallen to the ground sat on the bronze spear and injured the captain's wrist. However, this rather self-disciplined man had been enduring the pain. He only fastened his injured hand with a belt and let the doctors take care of the injured young men under him. In this battle, the defenders of the circular base had used up a lot of their weapons. The archers had almost no arrows left. Some people sailed out of the sluice gate in small boats. Some went to pick up the floating wood. And some went to dismember the walrus ships that were still nailed to the wall. The Black Flag walruses were usually very cruel, and the Broken Tooth clan was especially bloodthirsty. Therefore, there were not many injured people on the floating raft. Most of the injured people were attacked first and died tragically in the battle, other than the defenders who could no longer fight. And children like Koss, who did not help much in the battle, the old and the weak in the circular base were all mobilized to rebuild the base after the battle. Everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. There was the joy of surviving, mixed with the grief of seeing someone close to them die. Keyes saw Koss sobbing softly as he lifted a piece of collapsed wood. The young blue dragon stepped forward and helped him lift the heavy piece of wood. "Oh, thank you, Captain." Curtis felt his shoulders lighten. He turned around and saw that it was Quess who was helping him. He sniffled and quickly held back his tears as he thanked him. "I can do it myself. It's just that when I thought of my parents who died like this, I feel a little sad, no matter how many times they had experienced it. Fighting was not easy. Just imagine. They wore coarse armor sewn from fish skin and swung their weapons until they could no longer feel their shoulders. They were worried about accidentally injuring themselves and their companions, but they were even more worried that a sharp blade would stab them. When the battle was over, they dragged their exhausted bodies and collapsed on the ground. All they could think about was who was still alive and who did not return. In this ring-shaped base with no ground under their feet and no roof above their heads, the people on the floating raft could only rely on the strength of small groups to survive. While accepting the gifts of the sea, they had to endure the violence of the sea. Last time, this time, and the next time. The Broken Tooth clan's next attack came much earlier than expected. Just as the people in the circular base relaxed, they launched a swift and violent attack from below sea level. Unsurprisingly, the first to discover the abnormality was Keyes, who had the keen perception of a megalosaurus. When the walrus people moved underwater at high speed, the faint sound of water turbulence quickly reached the young blue dragon's ears. It turned out that the battle just now was just a feint. The purpose was to exhaust the floating raft people's physical strength and energy. As an amphibious race, the walrus people were more adapted to living and fighting in the sea than humans. First, they jumped into the water from the retreating ships and returned at an astonishing speed. Then, they took out mussels and oysters, which had been sharpened to a rather sharp edge, and slowly and patiently cut up the shark net below the circular base. Finally, they jumped out of the water from the dock in the heart of the base and violently pounced on their opponents. Kill those water monkeys and take over their base. In the eyes of the walrus people, the floating raft people could no longer be considered survivors of the ancient human empire. Thus, they were scorned as water monkeys. Plundering the water monkeys' base would not only allow them to claim credit from their demonic fish masters, but also allow them to obtain more supplies. It was naturally difficult for them to give up on this kind of business that didn't require any capital but had double the benefits. Not only that, but the sentries on duty on the watchtower also discovered that the retreating Broken Tooth clan battleships actually raised their sails and paddled their oars, returning to the circular base at an even faster speed than before. Prepare the defensive facilities. Everyone move out, quick. Pulling off the belt that held his injured wrist, the guard captain quickly gave his orders. Use fishing nets to trap the walrus people that have landed. Don't let them wander around the base, as they please. Although his judgment was accurate, there were just too many walrus people that had come ashore from below the water. Even if the circular base turned out in full force, ordinary people would suddenly become timid in the face of the ferocious alien race. Damn it! The veteran who had just mocked Keyes wanted to assassinate an elite walrus person that was trapped in the net, but who would have thought that the fisherman who fixed the fishing net would make a mistake and expose a flaw in the net, allowing the walrus to escape. Aim for their ankles. Those guys won't be able to dodge easily with their short legs. He was reminding Keyes, the new recruit, but how could the young blue dragon, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, not know the point of attacking the enemy's weakness? The spear was originally aimed at the walrus person's big foot, but when the walrus person bent down to block with the toothed fork, the spear suddenly changed direction and easily pierced through the thick layer of subcutaneous fat and into the enemy's throat. Twisting his wrist to retract the spear, the walrus person fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from the gaps between his palms that were covering his neck. Seeing this scene, the veteran who was just reminding Quess of his combat skills also swallowed his saliva and gulped. On the other hand, The young blue dragon seemed to have done something very ordinary. He even had the time to squat beside the walrus person with broken teeth, using his hands to lift the fat body to estimate the weight of this creature. "Help! Be careful behind you!" A familiar cry for help came from the side, accompanied by the crackling sound of wood breaking. Keys looked over and saw that it was the boy Koss who was shouting. Behind him was a rolling meatball that crushed and broke the obstacles in its way. Holding the spear in his hand, the young blue dragon bent his waist and bent his arm, using the spear as a javelin and throwing it out horizontally. It was so fast that it could tear through the air, bringing great kinetic energy to the weapon. It very smoothly penetrated the walrus person's body that was constantly spinning. Although the bamboo spear was broken in the end due to the poor quality of the material, this actually happened inside the walrus person's body. The bamboo spikes that shot out from his body caused him unbearable pain. In just 2 moves, he had killed 2 elite walrus men of the Broken Tooth clan without any hesitation. Keys's amazing battle record attracted the attention of more opponents, and at the same time, many enemies launched attacks on him. Chapter 213. His heart was cold, his blood was cold, and so was the spear in his hand. He was frozen after facing the spell of the Broken Tooth clan's elemental shaman. The few people on the floating raft had witnessed the literal meaning of this joke. Since the battle was taking place inside the circular base, everyone was very restrained. They did not use fire to burn the walrus people. Coupled with the fact that the defenders had just experienced a great battle and were all exhausted, the civilians had become the main force of the resistance. But now they had to face 6 feet tall and nearly 6 feet in circumference. Furthermore, these ferocious and powerful alien warriors had to face them. It was easy to imagine how weak these ordinary raftsmen, who had only received some basic combat training, would be. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. In the area where the young blue dragon stood guard, no matter how strong the walrus people were, they could only be defeated on the spot. There was no exception. "Hey, good boy." The veteran who had teased Keys before also changed the way he addressed him. At the same time, he tried his best to get close to him and cleverly stayed close to him to fight. "If I'm not dead after this battle, I'll definitely treat you to the sweet wine my wife brewed with sugar cane." 3 big cups. Keys still did not reply, but turned around and gave him a push. The ice shards spell that the walrus shaman had thrown at him exploded where he was standing. Enough sweet wine, all free of charge. Realizing that he had just dodged a bullet, the veteran who had just recovered from the shock immediately shouted out his gratitude. Koss, who had been deliberately brought along by Keys to help him with the swordfish dagger, pointed at a few walrus people who were walking towards them and said in a trembling voice, "Captain, the walrus people are flying a kite. Their leader is here." The walrus kite that the boy mentioned was not the tactic of running and fighting at the same time, but an ancient custom of the walrus people. Whenever the leader of their clan appeared on the battlefield, they would release a kind of gorgeous kite. This kind of kite was usually made of whale bones, and the surface of the kite was engraved with the totem of the walrus clan. Therefore, the kite of the Broken Tooth clan was marked with a broken walrus tusk, and the ink around the broken tusk was dyed black. Below the kite in the sky, 3 walrus people who had just jumped out of the water stood side by side. The leader of the Broken Tooth clan, Dylock Broken Tooth, and 2 elemental shamans who accompanied him were closely staring at the young blue dragon, who was on a killing spree. Human, Dirok, who was much larger than the average walrus man, said in a low voice. With his appearance, many walrus men also surrounded Keys. "Do you dare to fight me fairly?" As he spoke, he threw the fork in his hand to an elemental shaman behind him. 2 huge fists collided, making a dull sound. After witnessing Keys's bravery, the walrus leader immediately decided to use practical actions to prove to his people that he was a qualified leader. And the method was very simple. That is, according to their tradition, to kill the enemy of the clan with bare hands. The people on the floating raft, who were struggling to resist the second invasion of the Broken Tooth clan, also noticed the abnormality here. Under the command of the captain of the guards, many soldiers and armed civilians surrounded the enemy leader. I agree to your challenge. Looking at the sudden confrontation between the human and the walrus people, Keys realized that this was a good opportunity to increase his reputation in the island world. So he replied loudly, "One-on-one, I won't use weapons." Hearing that a water monkey dared to boast so shamelessly, many of the surrounding walrus people hissed in disdain. Before the young blue dragon could react, Dirok actually punched one of the people behind him. The insult to his opponent would also affect his reputation to some extent. The honor of the leader of the Broken Tooth clan could not be tarnished by anyone. For a moment, the surrounding walrus people were all silent. Dirok clenched his fists, stretched his muscles and bones, and strode towards his opponent. As an expert wrestler, even if the opponent seemed to be skilled, he was confident that he could suppress him in a short period of time with his weight advantage. It was worth mentioning that the walrus leader not only had a good physique, but his movements were also quite cunning. He always deliberately kept one shoulder facing Keys and never exposed his entire upper body to the opponent. When the distance between the two was less than 10 steps, Dirok suddenly roared and took the initiative to launch a shoulder attack. This was his specialty. Who knows how many challengers had been defeated by his enormous strength. Because he had to disguise himself as an ordinary human, the young blue dragon did not choose to face it head-on, but quickly dodged to the side behind the walrus leader. The giant who was in the middle of the collision revealed a sinister smile, twisted his waist, and extended his arm, and was about to smash Keys's head with his arm. If this hit landed, not to mention a human, even a hard reef would be smashed to pieces in an instant. But Keys's speed was still faster. He quickly crouched down to avoid Dirok's fist, and grabbed the walrus man's ankle with both hands, and suddenly hooked it behind him. Under the inertia of his upper body, the fat walrus man directly rolled and fell. But in the end, Dirok was still an experienced opponent. After smashing a large area of the circular base's wooden floor, he promptly used his tough and bulging belly to cushion the fall, and the thick subcutaneous fat to protect him from any additional damage. The Broken Tooth leader's tongue stuck out of his lips, licking the teeth that he had broken, and crouched down to vent his anger by smashing the ground with both hands. In the midst of the splintered wooden floor, he lowered his body and once again rushed towards his opponent with a move similar to a sumo wrestler. Keys understood that this idiot wanted to make full use of his weight advantage, so he instinctively used the defensive moves of the Twilight Sect that he had learned from the Nine-Sword catalog. Although some of the Twilight Sect's throwing techniques couldn't be used because his feet weren't on the ground, as a humanoid megalosaurus, Keys had brute strength that even the top Twilight Sect warriors couldn't reach. Moreover, just because throwing techniques couldn't be used didn't mean that the Twilight Sect's techniques couldn't be used. Using the empty-handed blade block technique, the young blue dragon not only dodged Dirok's shove, but also caught his wrist in his own palm. Kacha! With a crisp sound, Keys used the walrus man's arm as an axis and forcefully pressed down in a clockwise direction. Dirok's weight and the huge inertia brought about by his own mass once again crushed him, and one of the walrus man's arms appeared unnaturally twisted. With a successful strike, Dirok knelt on the ground with a plop. Seeing this, the other members of the Broken Tooth clan immediately wanted to rush over to save their leader. "Don't move." Keys lifted his leg and rode on the back of the walrus man, who had fallen to the ground. He wrapped one of his hands around his neck and quickly tightened his grip in a cross-shaped position. The The suffocation made Dirok's eyes pop out, and his hands powerlessly slapped the ground. Retreat, or simply change leaders? The young blue dragon playfully asked the group of walrus men, since the two female walrus elemental shamans who came with Dirok were his spouses. The answer given by the Broken Tooth clan's walrus man was naturally clear. The open sea finally regained its calm. Chapter 214. The veteran kept his promise and invited Keys to drink the sweet wine made by his wife from sugarcane. After using the life of the leader of the Broken Tooth clan to force the walrus people to retreat, the young blue dragon became the hero of the people on the floating raft. In the days that followed, he had to openly and secretly refuse the flirtatious looks of many young girls and young women in the circular base, and even recommend themselves to sleep with him. It was only when the watchtower of the circular base had observed the coastline of the Camel Empire and found the trade cape that extended out of the land that the women who came to ask for children voluntarily or at the behest of the elders stopped bothering him because they had to organize the goods in the base. Alas, the price of fame. Keys squatted on the top of the mast of the Zhan Yuan, sipping the juice of a coconut. He secretly laughed at the experience of the past few days while thinking about how he should contact the camel people he was about to meet. I have to first see what resources the camel people have, and then examine what they lack and what they need. I just hope they won't be like the people on the floating raft, who have no valuable resources other than manpower. Like the people on the floating raft in the circular base, Keys also made some preparations for the upcoming market trade. He specially prepared some goods and wanted to try to trade with the camel people. Among them were some products from the ocean of the island world. For example, ornaments carved from the skull of the hard-headed trout, which had a texture similar to ivory. Leather armor made from the skin of the swordfish and sailfish caught before they came to the circular base after being dried and tanned. There were also some products from the ash world. For example, there were a few pieces of pink cube lake salt crystals and some sedge stalks that had been repeatedly washed for several days. They were then arranged and pressed to make sedge paper that could be used for writing. In order to prevent them from being stranded, the circular base did not directly approach the shore. Instead, they chose a suitable anchorage location and used cranes to lift several huge polished stone anchors before sinking them to the bottom of the sea. The camel lookout post on the cliff on the coast saw the flag raised in the circular base, indicating the purpose of participating in the market trade, and sent a few canoes to receive them. The young blue dragon was also able to observe the camel people up close for the first time. Those who came in the canoe were all single-humped camel people. They belonged to the subordinate class of the two classes of the camel people empire. Above them were the double-humped camel people, who were equivalent to aristocrats. All of them were tall and sturdy. Their heads were like camels, and there were humps on their backs. Although he was used to slightly hunching his upper body when standing, he was still taller than the walrus man Keys had seen before by more than 2 feet. According to Koss, who was familiar with the young blue dragon, the twin-humped camel people were even taller and stronger than the single-humped camel people. They were also much more intelligent and knowledgeable. Therefore, the twin-humped nobles had many priests or priests who could serve the camel god and were proficient in divine arts. Welcome to the border of the empire. Facing the elders in the circular base, the hunchback leading the reception team nodded slightly. Although his words were polite, there was always a sense of alienation. Survivors of the ancient allies, you are about to set foot on the sacred land of the empire. Please cherish the friendship of the great empire. Traders who land are not allowed to carry any weapons, not allowed to relieve themselves in unauthorized places. not allowed to maliciously raise prices, and not allowed to insult the great empire verbally or physically. Once discovered, no tolerance is allowed. As the captain of the single-humped camel people spoke, he inadvertently spat into the air. However, the elders in front of him, who were listening with their heads raised, did not spit. Those strict prohibitions were like syrup to them. After the baptism of the single-humped camel people spit, the leading elder of the circular base took out a fish skin bag and took out many pearls with a diameter of half a finger. He respectfully presented the gifts prepared by the people on the floating raft to the camel people, who had come from afar. "We will cherish this friendship. I'll have to trouble Captain Geller to strictly control my people who are about to land and take care of them." The elder who passed by this place every year obviously knew this old acquaintance, so he tried to curry favor with him. After accepting the gifts from the elder of the circular base, the attitude of the single-humped camel people's leader, Geller, obviously improved. Following that, not only did he quickly complete a series of inspections of the goods, but he even kindly reminded the people who were about to land for trading. "The circular base that we came to previously has already traded a large amount of sea salt. It's best you change to other goods, or be careful that you won't be able to sell them for a good price. The crinoline and seaweed taste pretty good. A noble will be coming to purchase them in bulk in the next 2 days. There's a batch of good materials at the timber exchange, but the price has increased by 25%. You can mark the price when you buy them. Just say that you are Geller's old friend, and that the merchant will give you a special discount. The boss of the gift of the Earth Chamber of Commerce has recently become obsessed with collecting colorful corals. If you have any, bring more. You can directly exchange for humus soil from him. It's much more cost-effective than buying it with steel coins. The ancients weren't lying when they said that one shouldn't be blinded by gifts. After completing the tedious preparations for landing, the single-humped camel people Geller took the lead and stepped onto his canoe to lead the way. The Zhan Yuan and the other sailboats loaded with goods followed closely behind. Even though the raft people's boats were much faster than the camel people's canoes due to their shipbuilding skills, they still lowered half of their sails and obediently followed behind. Under the lead of the treasurer elder, who followed the caravan to land, the raft people who sailed out of the circular base drove their small boats while singing a song of praise called Camel People's Empire Friendship. The song penetrated the layers of waves and reached the ears of the camel leader, who was at the front of the group. This tall camel man listened to the raft people's praise of the empire and stood up in the small boat, waving the halberd in his hand to liven up the atmosphere. This action frightened the single-humped camel people who were steering the boats. Although they stayed on the canoe made of giant wood, they were all landlubbers. They were afraid that they would capsize and fall into the water if a wave came crashing over. "We only need land and grassland. Let the sea sleep on its bed, and I sleep on my bed." The single-humped camel people who were rowing with all their might and wanted to get ashore faster muttered. They recited the teachings that the priest of the camel god had once taught them, while they resented the captain who dared to jump on the canoe. Finally, when they entered the solid arms of the headland, the camels who were rowing on the edge of the dock breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly got up and jumped onto the dock, using their thick toes to greedily feel the stable ground and relieve their tension. For the raft people's boats, the dock did not provide enough parking space. Therefore, most captains of single-boat boats, like the one that Keyes was driving, simply drove their boats onto the beach. Following the example of the others, the young blue dragon dug a hole above the beach and buried the large wooden nail that was tied to the rope deep into the hole. Then, he lifted a few reefs to hold it in place. After making this simple anchor that was used to prevent the boat from being taken away by the sea during high tide, Keyes stepped onto the beach and looked at the unfamiliar land. Chapter 2:15. The trading market was not on the beach. After the people on the raft went ashore, they still had to ride on the carts pulled by the cleft, hoofed bulls and travel inland for about half an hourglass. The journey was not bumpy, but it was not easy. Clack, clack, clack. The cleft, hoofed bulls stepped on the road paved with gravel made of mortar, making rhythmic tapping sounds. Unlike the hunchback guides who sat on the ox carts, most of the people on the raft followed beside the carts and helped to turn the wheels. They used the empty space to store the goods they brought ashore from the circular base. Every ox cart was full, for fear of leaving something behind. After all, they had crossed the ocean to come here, and there was only one chance to land and trade with the hunchbacks every year. There was a clear distinction between the wide beach and the desert around the hunchback empire. Keyes was a little surprised that this dividing line was similar to the pillar of skulls he had seen on the first level of Bator, Avernus, a continuous low wall spread out, and the material of this low wall was the bones of some monsters. Geller, who sat at the front of the caravan, was the first to jump off the cart and pull open a piece of deer firewood that was pieced together with the hard shells of armored monsters. It's really not durable material. The single-humped hunchback captain pulled hard just now, and the deer firewood, which had become a little brittle due to long-term exposure to the sun, broke into a few pieces. He joked to the people on the raft. "Next time, we can bring some of those monsters to do business. It's really not durable." The treasurer elder and Captain Geller, who were sent to lead the team from the circular base, smiled. But these hunchbacks who had lived on the land for a long time did not know what a terrible nightmare it would be if they encountered a group of armored monsters in the sea. When the mountains on the west side of the caravan looked dry and yellow in the afterglow of the setting sun, the caravan of people on the raft finally reached the end of the road that the hunchbacks had specially built to facilitate the transportation of goods. A small oasis appeared in the desert. The oasis was not large, but there were many buildings in it. It was mainly divided into 3 areas: the open-air market for trading, the wooden houses for the camel people, and the thatched huts for the people on the floating raft to live in. In addition, there were several wells in this oasis that the camel people called hut. However, they were only free to the camel people. If the people on the floating raft wanted to drink the water here, they had to pay a certain fee. Of course, they could also use goods to replace the price. There was a large pot set up outside the oasis. 2 camel men stood beside the pot, waiting for the caravan to arrive. Keyes found that the 2 hunchbacks were even more exaggerated than Captain Gelly. When he took a closer look, he saw that there were 2 humps on their backs. One of the 2 hunchbacks was still young, but he was as hard and sharp as obsidian. His name was Proud Twin Peaks, and he was a noble who came to this border market from the central oasis. And his teacher was standing beside him at this time. No one would have thought that the once famous Jersang Twin Peaks, a priest favored by the camel god, the first elemental shaman of the empire, and a powerful warlord, would patiently wait for a group of floating raft merchants here. Sir, Gelly, the guide on the ox cart at the front of the caravan, noticed that the hoods of the 2 camel men were made of high-quality cloth with complicated embroidery patterns on the edges. He quickly jumped off the ox cart and ran over. When he saw the face of the old hunchback under the hood, the captain quickly knelt down and licked the other party's toes. He said, "If you have any orders, I won't dare to disobey." Jersang stretched out his arm that looked like a withered branch because of his old age, but it was still very strong. He pulled Captain Gelly up from the ground and said in a gentle tone, "You didn't ask me where I came from. Very good. You didn't ask me why I came. Very good. Now stay quietly and wait for me to complete the traditional ceremony." After that, Jersang took out a handful of seasonings mixed with Yangsu grass desert herbs, star anise, and other spices from the bag at his waist and threw it into the boiling pot beside him. It didn't take long for a rich aroma to fill the air. The large piece of taboo mutton that bobbed up and down in the boiling water emitted a slight smell. The slightly egg-yellow grease dotted on the white and tender muscles, which was very beautiful. The treasurer elder among the people on the floating raft saw that Gelly respected the old camel man so much, so he naturally didn't dare to neglect him. He quickly took out some pickled whale meat, sea bass, and tuna meat from the caravan's goods, piled them in front of his chest, and ran to the big pot, and threw all these ingredients from the sea into it. Fish and sheep were the freshest. This was a ritual before the trade between the people on the raft and the camel people. Ingredients from the land and the sea were gathered in a pot to cook a delicious broth with a unique taste. It also symbolized the friendship between the two races that had gathered together. In the following days, the taboo mutton and fish in this big pot would be the common food of all the people on the floating raft and the camel people in the trading camp. Soup, firewood, and ingredients could be restocked, but if the flame was extinguished or if any party no longer put ingredients into the pot, then the trading market would immediately be terminated, and the people on the floating raft would have to leave immediately and withdraw from the land of the empire. The merchants in the circular base, with the help of the camel guards, unloaded the goods from the ox carts and transported them little by little to the open-air trading market in the oasis. Proud Twin Peaks asked doubtfully, "Master Jersang, why did you condescend to learn from these people on the floating raft?" They, weak and Philistin, yes. Gearson lifted his hood and sniffed the aroma coming out of the cauldron. But from a certain point of view, aren't we the same? No matter how you deny it, the Camel Empire is powerless against the dangers lurking in the depths of the sea. Although the camel god of my race has not yet reacted, the more ancient spirit of elements, which is more closely related to this world, has given me a foretelling that the opportunity to bring peace to the four seas is hidden among these people on the floating raft. Proud Twin Peaks couldn't comment on his teacher's words. Although he instinctively did not believe that the spirit of elements could be more omniscient than the great camel god, in the face of such a respected elder, he was not qualified to say the word caution. The young Twin Peaks camel could only bow his head respectfully, while his master turned his eyes to the back of the caravan of people on the floating raft at this time. When the earth boils, the mighty will be revealed. The smoke and the waves will return with the wind. Jersang silently recited the prophecy he received a few days ago, when he communicated with the spirit of elements and fell into deep thought for a long time. But he did not know that among the people on the floating raft who came to trade, there was a pair of eyes observing him. Interesting, the young blue dragon muttered to himself. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.